Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Deku's One for All ended and a new era of heroes began. Here is short summary. Several years have passed since the defeat of All for One and Shigaraki Tamura, and now Deku has managed to become the #1 hero, but we already know that story. It's time for the next generation of future heroes to shine. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. It all started a long time ago in the city of Chin, China. One day, they announced the birth of a luminescent baby, and then the paranormal was declared everywhere. Time passed and quickly the paranormal became the new normal, and thus dreams come true. In today's society, being a superhero is now a profession, with 95% of society having a special power, a quirk. But not everything in this life is good. With the coming of the quirks, the villains came true, and a few years ago, the end of society was very close. All for One, the greatest villain that society knew, along with his heir Tamura Shigaraki, they were close to destroying society as we know it. It was thanks to the courage of several heroes that this was prevented and peace reigned for a while, until now. Musudafu, Japan. Kaboom! An explosion occurs in the city where a giant robot appears and begins to destroy several buildings. People start running away while some police officers lead them to a safe place. That's right, run at the presence of the mighty Dr. Technician. The person who was driving said robot said person was dressed like the typical evil scientist from the movies. As all the civilians flee, a family of 3 is frozen in fear, which the villain takes advantage of and throws a bus at them. However, before the bus hits them, something lands in front of the family, causing the bus to break apart, saving the family. Did anyone taught you to respect public transport? The person who saved the family said while smiling at the villain. Said person is a tall man with a muscular build, short but messy green hair, green eyes, and freckles on his cheeks. He is dressed in a full-body green suit with gold details, a yellow cape that also serves as a scarf, white gauntlets and red forearms, black knee pads that cover from his ankles to his thighs, red shoes which are covered with a gray metallic sole. On his face he wears pointed blue glasses. This person is none other than, it's Deku, a civilian said happily, the fear now gone from his being. He's so cool, another civilian said. And so handsome, a female civilian said. The professional hero Deku, Japan's #1 hero, Japan, and the symbol of peace of the new era. Don't worry, everything is fine now, I'll save you, the hero said, the smile on his face not fading. Do not make me laugh, nobody can against me. The powerful and incredible Dr. Technician, the villain said at the moment of commanding the robot to attack the hero with his arm. The impact of the attack causes the dust to rise, but once it dissipates, there is no one. The robot hit the ground. Calm down a bit, you could have hurt someone, Deku said, now standing where the police and civilians are, the family safe in his arms. Are you all right? He asked as he set the family down safely. Yes, thank you very much, Deku, the mother said. Thanks, now go and defeat that villain, the father said. Deku smiles and walks calmly towards the villain. Please, don't make things difficult and just give yourself up. Let's avoid unnecessary destruction, he said. Sorry but no, the villain said. Now die. Without saying anything else, the villain proceeds to attack with his robot, throwing a punch at Deku, who only sighs and dodges the attack as he approaches the robot. Stop dodging, the villain said to continue attacking with several punches from his robot. However, Deku continues to easily dodge all the attacks as he keeps getting closer. Once close enough, Deku dodges an attack from the robot by jumping, and thanks to this he manages to position himself right in front of the robot's head, the place where the villain is controlling it. Let's get this over with quickly, Deku said as he prepared a punch. Smash, giving a battle cry, Deku unleashes a powerful right punch with which he not only knocks the robot down, but also destroys it into several pieces. Damn it, were the villain's words as he fell next to the pieces of his robot. However, before the villain or the robot pieces fell to the ground, causing a mess, Deku extended his arm and several black whips emerged from the palm of his hand, trapping the villain and preventing the robot pieces from hurting the civilians. Cool. Just one hit. That's why Deku is so cool. Did I already say that he is very handsome? They are some comments from the civilians. Meanwhile, Deku smiles and greets the civilians as he descends from the sky. While all this is happening, someone stands out from the crowd, a girl with black hair and red bears who wears a dark-colored school uniform. She is Akiko Nagata, and this is her story. My Hero Next Generation's opening song. My Hero Academia opening won the day. Several angles of the hero Deku pass to finally see his full figure from behind. Shizukesa ga Jimikomu Yoda ki o Tometa Gozen Goji. Akiko in a school uniform appears on her knees while looking up in surprise, slowly getting up. Hayo wo kaden de sumo kamu asu wa dakita, the day has come. Akiko extends her arm forward, trying to grab something. At the same time, Deku looks back while smiling. Then several people appear in a row, one after another, 19 to be more precise. Keshite akanai yuru mo furutsuzukat yamanai aim mo kono rokudamo nai sakai ni wa arunda yo. In the middle of a crowd, the same girl, Akiko Nagata, from the beginning is looking up at the sky with a serious but somewhat melancholy look. After a while, Akiko continues on her way. She was watching Deku capturing a villain. Tsukoshi mo henda wa nai no Midoromi ni ashi o tereradaru. Akiko is walking in the corridor of a school, ignoring the looks that the rest of the students are giving her. Anata o semet iru wake ya nai nda yo. The girl continues on her way but stops short when she sees someone. In the reflection of her eyes you can make out a girl with green hair. Hatori kuso ni asobu sokoda. Now the girl is looking at the night sky, reaching out her hand pretending to grab the moon. Omoigata koto made Hajiru no kai. Suddenly the place changes and 9 silhouettes appear in front of her. The girl is surprised, but then her expression changes to a serious one before she jumps forward. For a few seconds a mysterious woman is observed removing her mask. Her facial features are not distinguishable. Karamio makyu sordemo yuku to iu no. Deku's fist closes and then he proceeds to punch, releasing a large amount of air which sends several villains flying, but from among them a monster appears which begins to fight Deku, both exchanging a lot of blows. Chisaki Tabibato ga Kanadaru Hajimari no Kane no Ne. A professional hero with purple hair and a black suit is seen fighting various villains, using bandages to trap them. Then Akiko, with the UA uniform, appears leaping forward. Yuku 8 mo don't know. A green-haired girl appears and expels fire from her mouth. Then a boy surrounded by a blue aura appears and kicks twice in the air. Honto wa kawain yanai no. Then a boy with dark green hair gives directions and 3 shadow beings emerge from his back. Then a girl, with black hair tied in a ponytail, attacks with a metal rod that seems to have come out of nowhere. Fumidasu sono ippo ga kate yukuru saw the day has come. Then a boy with pink skin and hair appears and attacks with his arm which appears to be hardened. Then a red-haired boy with a very serious look moves his hands and then several concrete pillars emerge from the ground. Finally Akiko punches but her fist is interspersed with Deku several times. Finally, several people, in groups of 2, appear posing and then a total of 20 people, including Akiko, are seen standing in front of the UA Academy. My Hero Next Generation. Thanks for the help, Deku. A police officer said to the hero. We'll take care of him from now on. Meanwhile the villain, Dr. Tekinshin, is being loaded into the police van. This won't be the last you'll see of me, Dr. Technician said. A jail won't keep me locked up forever. When I get out, I'm going to get my. The villain didn't finish his sermon as Deku grabbed him by the collar of his shirt. Yes, we've all heard this before. Now please keep quiet and get in the van. Deku said before throwing the villain into the van and then closing the doors. And we are done, he's all yours, officer. The officer just nods and then climbs into the driver's seat, taking the villain off to jail. Just a few seconds later, a crowd of people surrounds Deku. You were great as always. Deku, I'm your biggest fan, please give me your autograph. Can I take a picture with you? Or maybe 2. Or 3. Deku just smiles at the crowd. I would love to serve all of you, But you know, there are always people to save, he said. Sorry, we are interfering in your work. Always worried about people, why are you so cool? Thanks for your comments, now if you'll excuse me, Deku said as he jumped away from the place. There's work to do and people to save. The whole crowd of people stares excitedly at the direction where Deku left. A short time later people start to leave, some keep talking about Deku. But, among the crowd there is someone, who although now is just one more person, is someone who will be very important in the future. Her name is Akiko Nagata. She is a girl with an athletic complexion, long black hair that reaches her back, her eyes are red, and she wears a simple black female school uniform. Akiko is still seeing where Deku went. She has always been a fan of the #1 hero. She has always been interested in his story, and although much of it is somewhat mysterious, she has quite a bit of knowledge of the hero. After several seconds the girl comes to and looks at the watch on her wrist. Yes. I'm late. Very late. She said to herself to then continue to her destination. Bespin Middle School. Bespin Middle School is a well-regarded school located in Shizuoka Prefecture, near Musudafu. Although the school is not very expensive, it is also not a school that anyone can attend as it has high standards in terms of alumni and future students. Akiko is walking through the halls of the school. Some people are looking at her with curiosity and others with amusement. The girl ignores the looks and continues on her way until she reaches her destination, her classroom. Taking a breath, the girl opens the door. When she opens it, she finds all her classmates and the teacher looking at her curiously. Mrs. Nagata, I see you're late, the teacher said. Sorry, there was a villain attack and I got caught in the middle of it, so that's why I'm late, Akiko said. Oh yeah, I heard something, I hope you're okay, the teacher said. Yes, I was with the crowd, but I couldn't move forward as the police kept us in a safe place, Akiko said. Very well, this time I will let it pass, please have a seat. When the teacher said that, Akiko thanks him with a quick bow and goes to her seat. You're just in time, I have an announcement to give to all of you. And what is it, teacher? A student asked. All of you are already in your 3rd year, that means that you will soon start your professional studies. All of you are already in your 3rd year, that means that you will soon start your professional studies. I know you all want to be heroes, but I ask you please also consider other alternatives. That is why I will give you these career survey documents. Please fill them out carefully. You have until next week to deliver them to me. The teacher delivers the documents which are passed around among the students. When Akiko takes hers, she stares at the paper. My career, what I want to be in the future. After this, classes continued regularly, until the end of the day. Akiko finishes filling out her career survey, when suddenly someone takes it out of her hands. Hey Akiko. What's up? A boy, her classmate said. Tanaka, can you please return my career survey? Akiko said with an annoyed expression. It's not the first time this guy messed with her. Don't worry, I'm just checking what you plan to do for your future. I'm worried that you choose something that could put you in danger, the boy said with a clear mockery in his voice. Hey Tanaka, she asked you to return what is hers, a female voice said. The two turn to see and can see another of their classmates. Her classmate is a short girl with a curvaceous figure, fair skin, and green hair with eyes of the same color. She has 4 diamond-shaped freckles on each of her cheeks. Her hair is wavy and curled inward but long enough to be tied in a ponytail that reaches behind her neck. She also has 2 longer locks that take the same shape on each side of her face and short bangs that reach about 1/4 of her height in front. Well, if it's not our future hero, Midoriya, Tanaka said. Don't worry, I'm just checking that poor Akiko doesn't choose a career that puts her in danger. The girl, identified by the surname Midoriya, continues with her serious expression. She doesn't believe the boy. Just give her back her sheet, she said. The boy leaves his amused expression and changes it to one of annoyance. Fine, and returns Akiko her sheet, but not before whispering something to her. Midoriya will not always be around to protect you. Without saying more, the boy leaves the room. Thank you, Reiko-chan, Akiko said. Reiko finally drops her straight face and smiles friendly. You don't have to thank me, that's what friends are for. Akiko smiles too. Reiko's happiness is always very contagious. Yes, I guess you're right. After this, both girls put their things away and leave the classroom. So, have you filled out your sheet yet? Akiko asked to her friend. Of course. Obviously, I will be a hero, Reiko said, her attitude always positive. How about you? I'm still thinking. You know, looking at my options, Akiko said. Can I see? Reiko asked. I guess, sure, Akiko said. Reiko takes Akiko's sheet and starts reading. So you're thinking of taking on your parents' company? Well, yes, it's the most logical option for me, Akiko said. Although it is not the only option that I put. I can see it, but what about being a hero? You told me you wanted to be one, Reiko said. I know, but that was just a dream, an impossible dream. You know, after all, I'm quirkless, Akiko said. Only 5% of the population are like me. People like me are very rare these days. And what does that matter? I know you're quirkless, you told me. But there are different ways you could be a hero. You can always use support equipment to even out with people with quirks, Reiko said. Yes, but it wouldn't be the same, Akiko said. At least have it as an option. You could go to UA with me, you could try to take the entrance exam, so you have other options in case you don't get it, Reiko said. Also, it doesn't hurt to try, right? Akiko never ceases to be surprised at her friend's support. Despite the difficulties, Reiko has always supported her. No matter how impossible her dream may be, this makes Akiko smile slightly. I guess I can try the entrance exam, Akiko said. That's the spirit, Reiko said as she raised her fist energetically. The two continue talking until they reach the school exit. Well, see you tomorrow. Reiko watches as her friend goes home, she does the same. Nagata household. Akiko opens the door of her house. Her house is considerably large. It has 2 floors. The first floor has a living room, kitchen and a dining room. The second floor has a total of 3 rooms, her parents, hers and the one for guests. On the outside it has a fairly large garden. Her family is from the upper middle class. Although they are not extremely rich, they do not lack money either, since her parents own a fairly successful company. I'm home, Akiko said. To Akiko's surprise, no one answers. Akiko enters her house and goes to the dining room, and as usual, her parents are fully involved in work. I'm home, Akiko said again. This time her mother listens to her. Oh yeah, welcome, there's food in the fridge if you want, her mother said quickly before returning her full attention to her laptop. Akiko just sighs, the same as every day, and takes the food out of the fridge. Pizza, again. She warms up her food and goes to her room. She prefers to eat there. If her parents don't listen to her, she prefers to eat in her room. Don't get her wrong, her relationship with her parents isn't bad. They never treat her badly, but lately they've been so busy with work that they hardly have time for her. It doesn't help that she's adopted either. That's right, Akiko is an adopted daughter. She doesn't know who her biological parents are, although she doesn't care either. Once in her room, Akiko decides to change into something more comfortable, shorts and a sweatshirt. Her room is quite spacious. It has space for a double bed, a large desk and a large TV screen along with a nightstand. With all that, she still has space to move around in her room. Akiko sits at her desk and places her plate of food next to her computer, turns it on and decides to put on a video that she really likes. UA Sports Festival, first year, 20XX. Because she decides to see a sports festival from years ago. Well, very easy, it's the first sports festival where Deku participated. She always liked that video. Since I saw it for the first time, she couldn't help but watch it again. Her favorite fight. Izuku Midoriya vs Shoto Todoroki. Izuku Midoriya, the man behind Deku. Yes, she knows his name, and it's obvious that her classmate Reiko is Deku's daughter. Obviously she won't say anything. It's obvious that Reiko doesn't want everyone to know that she is the daughter of the #1 hero, both for safety and so that she can live her life normally. It's strange, but almost nobody knows the identity of Deku. Once a hero becomes famous, people forget that there is a person behind the mask and, surprisingly, nobody recognizes them if they are not in their emblematic hero costumes. Now, why is Izuku Midoriya's fight against Shoto Todoroki her favorite? Very easy. She admires Deku's spirit and persistence, how despite being injured he never backed down against his rival. It also gives her a perspective of how far Deku had to go, from hurting himself to being the #1 hero. Without a doubt it is a long way. It is thanks to that video that Akiko adopted the motto, never give up. After finishing eating, and doing homework for the day, Akiko goes out to do her daily exercise. Her exercise consists of jogging from her house to her favorite place in Musudafu, Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. Once in Dagoba, Akiko begins the second part of her daily exercise, a little physical training by the sea. The beach is a very beautiful place and gives her the tranquility to train. By the time Akiko finishes her exercise it is always nighttime, a perfect time to return home, take a bath and rest. Akiko stares at the horizon for a while, extending her hand towards the moon and clenching her fist, pretending as if she were grabbing the moon. Quite a pretty sight, isn't it? A voice takes Akiko out of her own world. When she turns around, she can see a tall man in a black sweatshirt, blue pants, and red shoes, as well as a cap and glasses that hide his face. Why yeah. This place used to be a garbage dump many years ago. It was not until someone decided to clean the beach that it is now a very emblematic place of Musudafu, the man said. Akiko doesn't know why, but there is something in this man's aura that makes her sure that nothing bad will happen. I didn't know that, I thought it was always like this. Hardly anyone believes it. It's hard to think that a place as beautiful as this used to be a dump. The man said. If you allow me, what is such a young girl doing here at this time of night? Oh, I always come to this beach to train, only this time I stayed a while longer. I've always liked the night, especially when there's a full moon like today, Akiko said. Training, what for? The man asked. I plan to take the UA entrance exam, try to enter the hero course, Akiko said. Oh, so you want to be a hero? Well, I wish you luck, although I don't see you very enthusiastic, the man said. Well, I'm just going to try. I doubt very much that I'll pass the exam. After all, I'm quirkless, Akiko said. The man remains silent for a few seconds, but then answers. So you're part of that 5%. If you don't mind, why do you want to be a hero? Akiko thinks about it for a moment. She had never stopped to think about it. I guess it's because of Deku, but I think it's more special, since I saw a video of him. Something attracted me and I wanted to investigate more about him. That's when I came across the video of his fight against Shoto Todoroki in his first sports festival. His perseverance, never giving up. He inspired me to be just like him. Someone who smiles despite everything. Someone who never gives up. That's why I want to be a hero. I want to be the one that inspires people to never give up, just like Deku inspired me. The man stares at him and a smile appears on his face. In this case you will become a great hero. This answer surprises Akiko. He is the first person, after Reiko, to support her in her dream. Yes, he is a stranger, but there is something in his words that fills her with hope. Are you serious? Do you really think that I? Yes, I really think that you can become a hero, the man said. Akiko smiles at these words. Thank you. You have nothing to be thankful for. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to retire. My family is waiting for me at home, the man said before leaving. Akiko watches as that guy leaves. Then she goes to her backpack and takes out a piece of paper and a pencil. It's her career survey document. Taking the pencil, she erases everything she wrote and then wrote only one thing. Hero. It doesn't hurt to try, right? Reiko's words ring in her head and she smiles. Reiko-chan, I'm not going to try. I'm going to pass the exam and go to UA with you. After writing on her sheet, Reiko looks at the horizon, this time with a smile on her face. This is how her story begins, the story of Akiko Nagata. Mother, can you play another video? A little 4-year-old Akiko asks her mother. Another? You really like him, don't you? Akiko's mother said. Of course, he's really amazing. I want to be like him when I grow up, little Akiko said. Alright, but just one more, okay, Akiko's mother said as she started to play another video. Yes, little Akiko said without taking her eyes off the computer screen. The video begins to produce and in this you can see a building about to collapse. A crowd is in front of it. Some are worried because there are family and friends inside. Suddenly the building ends up collapsing and many people are scared. others they cry, but suddenly a figure emerges from the building before it collapsed completely. "Don't worry, everything is fine now," the person said. Said person is Deku, on the day of his debut, while carrying all the people who were still trapped inside the building. "I'll save you." Seeing this, little Akiko's eyes light up while her smile grows even more. Time passes and now a man, Akiko's father, disguised as a monster destroys a fictitious city made of cardboard. "Fear me, I am the destroyer and I have come to make everyone kneel before me," Akiko's father said with a fake evil tone. "Oh no, it's the destroyer. Now who can save us?" Akiko's mother said with a fake tone of fear. "Don't worry, everything is fine now," little Akiko said as she had a yellow blanket around her neck, simulating Deku's cape. "I'll save you." "It's Deku. We are safe," Akiko's mother said. "That's right, now I will defeat you villain," Akiko said while tackling her father, who doesn't resist and drops to the ground. "Impossible, I can't lose," Akiko's father said before pretending to faint. "Thanks for saving me, Deku," Akiko's mother said as she approaches Akiko. "Wait, you're not Deku," Akiko's mother proceeds to pick her up and hug her. "You are Akiko, the best hero of all." Akiko just laughs. Definitely one of the best days of her life. Her father soon joins the family hug. Time passes and now we are in a hospital clinic. "Well, surely this is something very weird," the doctor said. "Is something wrong, doctor?" Akiko's mother asked. "No, well, the truth is that it is somewhat complicated," the doctor said. "We carry out the tests to detect if your daughter has a quirk. The first test is positive, your daughter does not have the extra joint in her foot." The doctor shows an X-ray of Akiko's foot. "That means my daughter has a quirk, right?" Akiko's father asked. "Not exactly. These days there are quirkless people who are born without the extra joint. This test is the first to be done. If the joint appears, the second isn't necessary," the doctor explained while handing a document to Akiko's parents. "This is where the strange thing happens. We did the test to detect the quirk factor in your daughter, but she did not give any results and we did it several times." "And what does that mean?" Akiko's father asked. "Does my daughter have a quirk or not?" "I don't know, maybe," the doctor said. "Sorry, this is the first time something like this has happened. What I mean is that nothing is clear. Your daughter may or may not have a quirk. The only thing to do is wait. Time will give us an answer." "Very well. If there is nothing else that can be done," Akiko's mother asked. And so the years passed, and time gave an answer. Akiko is quirkless. After that news spread at school, the stares began, people began to avoid her, and although some people tried to bully her, this was quickly stopped by the teachers. Akiko's life began to look very depressive. At school she was always alone, the other students didn't mess with her, but they ignored her. It didn't help that little by little her parents were busier with work, dedicating less and less time to her daughter. Akiko soon found refuge in Deku's videos. Those videos took her out of her sad reality, and it was there, one night at the age of 10, when she first came across what would become her favorite video, the video of Izuku Midoriya against Shoto Todoroki at the sports festival. That video is the one that gave her hope. If Deku could become number one with such a huge disadvantage which is breaking his bones every time he uses his quirk, maybe she can become a hero too. Akiko clung to this little ray of hope for 2 full years. When she entered middle school is when she met what would be her best, and only, friend, Reiko Midoriya. Akiko had seen the girl before, but she never knew. They hadn't spoken before since they had never shared the same classroom. In middle school they spoke for the first time and little by little they became friends, Reiko being the first person to support her in her dream, an impossible dream. Flashback end, comma. The alarm clock sounds indicating the beginning of a new day. Akiko opens her eyes, turns off her alarm and gets up. Those memories again, but then memories of last night flashing through her mind. This time is different, there are people who believe in me. Akiko looks at her desk and sees her sheet there which only has one word written on it. Hero. Akiko smiles. For some reason, the conversation with the guy last night gave her some confidence. She's not just going to try to take the UA entrance exam just to try, she's going to do it to pass. Without wasting any more time, Akiko changes into her Bespin school uniform, packs her things, and goes downstairs for breakfast, all this with a determined smile on her face. My Hero Next Generation's opening song. My Hero Academia opening won the day. Several angles of the hero Deku pass to finally see his full figure from behind. Shizukesa ga Jimikomu yoda ki o tometa gozen goji. Akiko in a school uniform appears on her knees while looking up in surprise, slowly getting up. Hayo wo kaden de sumo kamu asu wa dakita, the day has come. Akiko extends her arm forward, trying to grab something, at the same time Deku looks back while smiling. Then several people appear in a row, one after another, 19 to be more precise. Keshite akanai simo furutsuzukat yamanai simo kono rokudamo nai sakai ni wa arunda yo. In the middle of a crowd, Akiko Nagata is looking up at the sky with a serious but somewhat melancholy look. After a while Akiko continues on her way. She was watching Deku capturing a villain. Tsukoshi mo hen de wa nai no Midoromi ni co tereradaru. Akiko is walking in the corridor of a school, ignoring the looks that the rest of the students are giving her. Anata o semet iru wake yanai nda yo. The girl continues on her way but stops short when she sees someone. In the reflection of her eyes you can make out a girl with green hair. Hatori kuso ni asobu sokoda. Now the girl is looking at the night sky, reaching out her hand pretending to grab the moon. Omoigata koto made Hajiru no kai. Suddenly the place changes and 9 silhouettes appear in front of her. The girl is surprised, but then her expression changes to a serious one before she jumps forward. For a few seconds a mysterious woman is observed removing her mask. Her facial features are not distinguishable. Karamio makyu sordemo yuku to iu no. Deku's fist closes and then he proceeds to punch, releasing a large amount of air which sends several villains flying, but from among them a monster appears which begins to fight Deku, both exchanging a lot of blows. Chisaki Tabibato ga Kanadaru Hajimari no Kane no Ne. A professional hero with purple hair and a black suit is seen fighting various villains, using bandages to trap them. Then Akiko, with the UA uniform, appears leaping forward. Yuku 8 mo don't know. A green-haired girl appears and expels fire from her mouth. Then a boy surrounded by a blue aura appears and kicks twice in the air. Honto wa kawain yanai no. Then a boy with dark green hair gives directions and 3 shadow beings emerge from his back. Then a girl, with black hair tied in a ponytail, attacks with a metal rod that seems to have come out of nowhere. Fumidasu sono ippo ga Kate Yukuru saw the day has come. Then a boy with pink skin and hair appears and attacks with his arm which appears to be hardened. Then a red-haired boy with a very serious look moves his hands and then several concrete pillars emerge from the ground. Finally Akiko punches but her fist is interspersed with Deku several times. Finally, several people, in groups of 2, appear posing and then a total of 20 people, including Akiko, are seen standing in front of the UA Academy. My Hero Next Generation, Bespin Middle School. Akiko finishes writing her class notes. Another school day has just ended. As usual, Akiko is putting her things in her backpack when her friend approaches her. Akiko-chan, how are you? Reiko asked. Have you submitted your career document survey yet? No, not yet. I actually made a few changes and wanted to show you. Akiko said, then shows Akiko her sheet. Seeing Akiko's sheet, Reiko smiles widely. Really? Is this for real? Reiko asked. Why yes. Let's say I had a revelation and, this time I'm going seriously to fulfill the dream I always wanted, Akiko said. That's great, Reiko said while hugging her friend. Together we will go to UA, and we will become heroes together. Akiko smiles at her friend's emotion. Yes, we'll make it, I'm sure of that. This calls for a celebration, Reiko said. Are you free today after school? Well, I think so. I don't have anything to do after school, Akiko said. So let's go out. I know a place that sells delicious food. I went once with my parents, Reiko said. Sure, it can be fun, Akiko said. Great, so how about we meet at 4 p.m. downtown? Reiko asked. So we have time to go home and change into something more suitable for going out. That seems fine to me, Akiko said. Great, you will love the food there, it's very delicious, Reiko said. After this little conversation both girls go to their respective homes. Nagata household. After arriving at her house, Akiko quickly goes to her room and begins to look through her clothes for something that is good to go out. The bad thing is that most of their clothes are for being inside the house or for exercising. Simple t-shirts of a single color, baggy jackets, training shorts or simple pants. I never thought that one day I would go out with a friend. That's why I don't have clothes for that. Those are Akiko's thoughts. After some time, more than Akiko wanted, she finally decides on her outfit. A black shirt which sticks to her body, white shorts, the only shorts she has that are not for training, a white sweatshirt over her shirt which is open, white tennis shoes and a pair of black socks that reach her below the knees. These are the most normal clothes I have, Akiko thought depressively. Leaving aside her depression, Akiko takes her phone to check the time. To her surprise it took longer than she expected, she is running late. Wasting no more time, Akiko leaves the house to meet Reiko. Musutafu, downtown. 4:30. Akiko is in the center of Musutafu looking for Akiko. Although Akiko told her where they were, Akiko didn't find her, that's why she's looking for her. Could it be that she left? She must be mad that I'm late. Akiko looks at her phone, a message sent to Reiko explaining why she was late, but her friend hasn't answered her. The first time I go out with a friend, and I ended up ruining it. Good job Akiko. Disappointed in herself, Akiko began to return home. When she passed in front of an alley, she noticed something on the edge of her eye. Is it me or did I just saw Reiko-chan? Curiosity filling her body, Akiko goes back to check if her eyes aren't playing dirty with her. Seeing the alley, her eyes widened in terror. Indeed, Reiko is in that alley, but it's not right. The girl is on the ground, with a terrified face while in front of her a man is leering at her. I love girls like you, so young, so craving, a forbidden fruit, the guy said with a low tone of voice. Even so Akiko managed to hear what the man said. No. This can't be happening. Why doesn't Reiko move? Akiko thought with terror, and without realizing it, her feet moved by themselves, and Akiko runs towards the man. Faced with this action, Reiko and the guy realize. Reiko just looks at her friend with concern while the guy smiles. However, something hits Akiko, a feeling makes her freeze, fall to her knees on the ground. She is feeling fear. Wow, 2 for the price of 1, I must be someone very lucky. The man said. Relax, as soon as you finish with your friend you will be the next. Name, quirk, fear. Fear allows the user to cause a terrible state of terror to its victims as long as that feeling is already present. The fear is so strong that it can paralyze its victims. Akiko remains motionless. She cannot move. She can only watch as the man approaches her friend with a predatory face. No. Please, Reiko-chan, Akiak thought. The man crouched down in front of Reiko and placed his right hand on her leg, slowly moving up towards her crotch. Reiko's face shows fear, a lot of fear. For a second the eyes of both girls meet. Akiko looks at the terror on her friend's face. At that moment something happens. Akiko pounces on the guy, managing to pull him away from Reiko, much to the surprise of both Reiko and the guy. I won't let you do that to Reiko-chan, Akiko said, her fearful face also showing signs of bravery. Damn girl. Don't try to play the hero, the guy said. However, his thoughts are different. Impossible, how could she escape the effects of my quirk? Akiko continues to push the guy, but he begins to resist. Akiko grabs him by the face, trying to get the guy to let go, and due to the struggle, Akiko manages to scratch the guy's face, managing to get some blood out of him. Because of that, the guy lets go of Akiko and steps back. Damn bitch, the man said and pulls out a knife. So that's how we have things. It doesn't matter, I also like them dead. The guy lunges at Akiko, who, on shaky legs, bravely prostrates herself between Reiko and the guy. She'll protect her friend no matter what. Akiko closes her eyes, expecting the worst, but after a few seconds nothing comes, just the sound of metal falling to the ground. Akiko slowly opens her eyes, expecting to see the guy in front of her, but to her surprise when she opens her eyes, she finds herself looking at someone's back, After a few seconds Akiko realizes who is between her and the guy. Deku, she said. Indeed, Deku is there. He arrived at the exact moment. When the guy tried to stab Akiko, Deku got in the way and the knife ended up breaking due to the resistance of Deku's body. However, something was different. The always smiling Deku has a very, very angry face, something that had not been seen before. You, Deku said in an angry tone which made the guy very afraid. The guy tried to say something, but was received by Deku's fist. For a few seconds Akiko could see how the guy lost all his teeth as well as his jaw is dislocated by the punch and then crash into a wall, going through it. Once the guy broke through the wall, the effects of his quirk stopped working, letting Akiko and Reiko breathe some fresh air. Without taking a second, Deku quickly makes sure that both girls are okay. Are you okay? He asked. I think so. I think Reiko-chan is the one who was affected the most by this, Akiko said. I'm fine Deku. Reiko said. Deku stares at Reiko for a few seconds. She is still affected by what happened. I will have to talk to her, but this isn't the right place, he thought. Without saying anything else Deku uses his black whip to capture the guy, who is unconscious. All right, stay with me, so you'll be safe. I'm going to turn this guy over to the police, Deku said. Police station. After arriving at the police station, Deku went to deliver the captured guy. Meanwhile Akiko and Reiko are sitting on the chairs in the waiting room of the police station. Akiko turns to see her friend who is quieter than usual. Seeing her Akiko tries to start a conversation. Reiko-chan, are you alright? She asked. This catches the attention of Reiko who turns to see her friend and gives her a slight smile. I think so. I'm still a bit shocked by what happened, but I'll be fine and all thanks to you, Reiko said. See, come on. It's not that bad. Besides, it was Deku who saved us, Akiko said. Although he was the one who captured that guy, if you hadn't interfered before. I don't even want to imagine what that guy would have done to me, Reiko said. You looked amazing. Despite the effects of that guy's quirk, you moved and saved me. It wasn't like that. The truth is, I couldn't move voluntarily. My body is the one that moved by itself. By the time I realized I was already pushing the guy away from you, Akiko said. And that's why what you did is very admirable. A voice interrupts the conversation. It's Deku. Your bravery and heart got in the way of the fear inside of you, and that is the most important thing. That's what I say. Unlike you, I couldn't do anything. I couldn't even defend myself, Reiko said. Don't be so hard on yourself. Deku said. No one is invincible. We can all need help from time to time. Even heroes need help from time to time. I guess you're right. Thanks Deku. Reiko said. Deku smiles and the three leave the police station. I'm glad you're okay, but just to be safe let me take you home, Deku said as he crouched down and turned his back on the girls. Hop on. Akiko is surprised by the proposal while Reiko does not hesitate to climb on the hero's back. Come on Akiko-chan, hop on, Reiko said. A little nervous Akiko climbs on Deku's back. The hero makes sure that both girls are well placed on his back. Very good, Miss Akiko, where do you live? I live in the upper area of Musudafu, second house on the left, Akiko said. Okay, hold on tight, Deku said before taking a big jump and then floating away at high speed from the place. For Akiko this could easily be a dream, being taken home by no one but Deku, definitely a dream come true. After a while in the air, Deku lands in front of Akiko's house. We have arrived, Deku said. Akiko gets off the hero's back. Gee, thank you very much Deku, Akiko said while doing an exaggerated bow. Seeing the girl's attitude, Deku just laughs to himself. There's nothing to be thankful for, I'm just doing my job, Deku said. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to get this young lady to her house. After this Deku jumps away from the place. Akiko stares at where Deku went, and after several seconds the girl enters her house. Midoriya household. The Midoriya house, located in Musudafu, Japan, in the Shizuoka prefecture. The house is two-story. On the ground floor there is the kitchen, the dining room, the living room and Deku and his wife's bedroom, which includes a bathroom, On the top floor there is a second smaller living room, 2 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms, one of them being Reiko's. Reiko gets off Deku's back and heads to his house to enter, however she is stopped by Deku who grabs her shoulder. "Hey, are you okay?" Deku asks with genuine concern. "Why yes, don't worry, I'm fine thanks to you," Reiko said. However, Deku knew something was wrong. "Reiko, I know you feel bad, you went through something ugly, so please," Deku said. "Right now I'm not Deku, right now I'm talking to you as your father, so if you feel bad, don't hesitate to tell me." Hearing her father's words, Reiko can't help but shed tears. "I was scared." Hearing his daughter, Deku, or rather Izuku Midoriya, hugs her to comfort her. "It's okay, let it all out. I'm here," he said in a comforting tone. "Come on, let's go into the house." Still holding each other, the two Midoriya enter their house. Dagoba Beach. As is her routine, Akiko is on Dagoba Beach looking at the horizon, the sunset, thinking about what has happened today. "I hope Reiko-chan is alright. Thank goodness Deku showed up when he did." Akiko remains silent, enjoying the calm and tranquility of the beach, although it is strange that there is no one in this place at this hour. "We meet again, miss." Turning around, Akiko looks at the guy she was talking to the other day, dressed in the same way, although the clothes seem to be layered over other clothes. "How are you?" "I've been better, but overall I'm fine," Akiko said. "It makes sense. After what you went through today it's normal to feel like this," the man said. These words put Akiko on alert. What do you mean?" she asked. "You know what I mean, but you shouldn't feel bad about it. Your actions are admirable, despite the fear you didn't hesitate to save your friend," the man said. How do you know all that?" Akiko asked. "Very easy." The man proceeds to grab his clothes and remove them with a movement. By doing this, the man's true identity is revealed. It's Deku, wearing his hero costume. "It's because I saw what happened." Deku. Akiko screams in surprise. Wait, did you see what happened?" "Yes, I was going to interfere as soon as I saw what was happening, but when I saw what you did, I couldn't help but be in shock for a moment. It's been a long time since I've seen a display of courage like yours," Deku said. "Somehow, it reminded me of what I did when I was your age." What do you mean?" Akiko asked. "Just like you, a friend of mine was in trouble. He had been captured by a villain. I was scared, I didn't know what to do, and by the time I realized it, I was already running to save him. My legs moved by themselves," Deku said. At those words, Akiko widened her eyes in surprise. She tried to say something, but the words don't want to come out of her mouth. "And that same thing happened to you, right?" Deku asked. "Why yes." Akiko falls to her knees on the ground. "The best heroes in history have always had something in common. When someone is in danger, their legs always moved by themselves," Deku said. "That's why you, Akiko Nagata, can become an incredible hero." Those words, although technically she had already heard them before, this time knowing that it is Deku who says them to her, it make her cry. She couldn't help it. Happiness floods her heart. "Thank you." Training days. Deku, the #1 hero of Japan, the new symbol of peace, considered as the successor of All Might, is the most famous hero both nationally and worldwide, the one who saves all people with a smile on his face. But above all, the idol of Akiko Nagata, that person is the one who said the following words to said girl. "The best heroes in history have always had something in common. When someone is in danger, their legs always moved by themselves. That's why you, Akiko Nagata, can become an incredible hero." Those words, although technically she had already heard them before, this time knowing that it is Deku who says them to her, it make her cry. She couldn't help it. Happiness floods her heart. "Thank you," Akiko said. "But the surprises have only just begun. Not only that, but you are also the perfect candidate," Deku said. "You are the perfect person to inherit my power." Processing the words, there is only one thing that Akiko could say. Followed by another word. WHAAAA. My Hero Next Generation's opening. Song. My Hero Academia opening won the day. Several angles of the hero Deku pass to finally see his full figure from behind. Shizukesa ga Jimikomu yoda ki o tometa gozen goji. Akiko in a school uniform appears on her knees while looking up in surprise, slowly getting up. Hyo wo kaden de sumo kamu asu wa dakita, the day has come. Akiko extends her arm forward, trying to grab something, at the same time Deku looks back while smiling. Then several people appear in a row, one after another, 19 to be more precise. Keshite akanai simo furutsuzukat yamanai simo kono rokudamo nai sakai ni wa arunda yo. In the middle of a crowd, Akiko Nagata is looking up at the sky with a serious but somewhat melancholy look. After a while Akiko continues on her way. She was watching Deku capturing a villain. Tsukoshi mo henda wa nai no Midoromi ni co tereradaru. Akiko is walking in the corridor of a school, ignoring the looks that the rest of the students are giving her. Anata o semet iru wake yanai nda yo. The girl continues on her way but stops short when she sees someone. In the reflection of her eyes you can make out a girl with green hair. Hatori kuso ni asobu sokoda. Now the girl is looking at the night sky, reaching out her hand pretending to grab the moon. Omoigata koto made Hajiru no kai. Suddenly the place changes and 9 silhouettes appear in front of her. The girl is surprised, but then her expression changes to a serious one before she jumps forward. For a few seconds a mysterious woman is observed removing her mask. Her facial features are not distinguishable. Karamio makyu sordemo yuku to iu no. Deku's fist closes and then he proceeds to punch, releasing a large amount of air which sends several villains flying, but from among them a monster appears which begins to fight Deku, both exchanging a lot of blows. Chisaki to Bibido ga Kanadaru Hajimari no Kane no Ne. A professional hero with purple hair and a black suit is seen fighting various villains, using bandages to trap them. Then Akiko, with the UA uniform, appears leaping forward. Yuku 8 mo don't know. A green-haired girl appears and expels fire from her mouth. Then a boy surrounded by a blue aura appears and kicks twice in the air. Honto wa kawain yanai no. Then a boy with dark green hair gives directions and 3 shadow beings emerge from his back. Then a girl, with black hair tied in a ponytail, attacks with a metal rod that seems to have come out of nowhere. Fumidasu sono ippo ga kate yukaru saw the day has come. Then a boy with pink skin and hair appears and attacks with his arm which appears to be hardened. Then a red-haired boy with a very serious look moves his hands and then several concrete pillars emerge from the ground. Finally Akiko punches but her fist is interspersed with Deku several times. Finally, several people, in groups of 2, appear posing and then a total of 20 people, including Akiko, are seen standing in front of the UA Academy. My hero next generation, I inherit your power. That's impossible, Akiko said after processing the words Deku said to her. There is no quirk or power with the ability to be transferred, is there? Deku laughs at the girl's disbelief. She definitely reminds him of him when he was young. In fact, yes, there is such a quirk. But before that I must ask you, Deku said. Tell me, what do you know about my quirks? Well, first is that you are the only person that currently has multiple quirks, making a total of 7. Akiko said. Your main quirk, the one you've always been known to have, superpower, that quirk allows you to store energy and then use it to deliver very powerful blows. Right, what else can you say? Deku said. Then we have the other 6. According to the story you told in the press, during your final fight against the villains All for One and Shigaraki Tamura who possessed a quirk that allowed them to steal the quirks from the others, upon defeating them the stolen quirks returned to their original carriers, however some of the carriers had already died over time, because of that some quirks bonded with the first person they came across. Which was you? Akiko said. I see you know a lot, anything else you want to add? Deku asked. Yes. The other 6 quirks you have are the following. Gear Shift, which allows the user to change the speed at which things accelerate through space. Fa Jin, which allows the user to build up kinetic energy by performing repetitive movements and giving the user a boost of speed. Danger Sense, which, as its name indicates, allows the user to feel when he is in danger. Black Whip, which grants the user the ability to produce energy tendrils from any part of their body and command them at will. Smokescreen, which allows the user to generate a thick cloud of purple smoke from their body. And finally Float, which allows the user to levitate and suspend themselves in midair and fly at high speeds. Wow, you really know a lot about me, Deku said. But there's something interesting about all that information, it's all a lie. What? How can it be a lie? Akiko said. That's very easy to explain, but first we must start with the true name of my main quirk, Deku said as he extends his arm, and then in his palm a small light begins to shine. Its real name is One for All. One for All, Akiko said. That's right, and this quirk is very special, since it not only does what you already explained, it also has the ability to be transferred from one person to another, Deku said. So, that means, Akiko said. Yes, this quirk is not mine naturally, it was given to me by my master, All Might, Deku said. All Might, the former symbol of peace, Akiko said. The one and only. In fact, you and I are not that different. I, like you, was quirkless, Deku said. It's a joke, right? You, quirkless, Akiko said. It's true, I never say this because society needs its symbol of peace to be someone whose power is something natural, Deku said. So your power can be transferred, but that doesn't explain the other 6 quirks, Akiko said. That's even easier. Those quirks are the quirks of the previous One for All holders, from the 2nd to the 7th to be more exact, Deku said, although these quirks first manifested with me quite some time after receiving One for All. That's a lot of information, but I can see how something like this should be kept secret, Akiko said. I'm glad you understand. Now, coming back with my proposal, I have chosen you to be the next holder of One for All, Deku said. Why me? Akiko said. Why not someone with a powerful quirk or someone more capable? Having a powerful quirk doesn't make you capable of being a holder of One for All, it is the will and courage of the people, Deku said, and you showed me that you are the perfect candidate. But, even if I accepted it, how can we explain that I have a quirk similar to yours, without counting the other 6 quirks that may manifest, Akiko said. It's a good question, but you shouldn't worry, I have the perfect excuse for that, Deku said. So in the end the decision is yours, will you accept my proposal and become the next holder of One for All? Akiko closes her eyes and thinks about the answer, even though from the beginning the answer is obvious. Yes, I accept. Perfect, just as expected, Deku said. Now, I ask you not to tell this to anyone, if the secret were to leak. I can't imagine what could happen. I understand, I won't say anything, Akiko said. Thank you, and for now this is all for today, tomorrow we will start with your training, Deku said. Training, what for? Akiko asked. Didn't you said that I'm the perfect candidate to get One for All? Yes, but that does not mean that you are ready to have it. You need to train your body to be able to withstand the transfer. Even though you have an athletic body, you still need a little more to support the transfer, because if we try it with a body that is not ready, your limbs would explode from the power, Deku said. Akiko paled at the thought of her limbs exploding. So, where will we meet tomorrow? Deku smiles at the antics of his, now, successor. Nursing home. Next day. Gra. Akiko struggles to pull a crate full of frozen food, in which Deku was on top. Come on, you can do it, Deku said. It would be easier if you weren't on top of the crate, Akiko said as she stopped pulling. Seriously, how much do you weigh? That's a secret, Deku said. And what are we doing here exactly? Akiko asked. Weren't you supposed to train me? And that's what I'm doing, but this is a special way, Deku said. This nursing home has received a large food order and more that are needed to arrive, but it does not have enough staff to move it. That is why I offered to help, and I took advantage of bringing you here. Not that I'm against it, but I don't see how it helps my training, Akiko said. Don't look at deliveries like that. If you look at it a certain way you can substitute them with exercise tools, Deku said. Oh, I see now, Akiko said. That's right, you're not just training, you're also helping people while you do it. Those are the same principles as when I cleaned up Dagoba Beach, Deku said. You cleaned Dagobas, Akiko asked. That's right, I cleaned it while training for the one-for-all transfer, Deku said. Cool, Akiko said. In that case I must continue. Akiko returns to pull the crate. Now without Deku's weight things are easier. Akiko's training continued until nightfall, finishing moving the first load of deliveries. Good job. I didn't expect you to finish everything today, Deku said to a tired Akiko. But you surprised me, I hope you're ready for more tomorrow. There is more, Akiko said. This was only the first delivery of 5. Deku said. And also the smallest of the 5. You must be kidding, Akiko said. Don't worry, you don't have to make a complete delivery per day, we have plenty of time until UA entrance exam, Deku said. So take it easy. Okay. The truth is that I don't know how I'm going to do this while I'm going to school, Akiko said. I mean, I could finish today because it's the weekend. Don't worry, I have a plan for your training, Deku said as he hands a sheet to Akiko. Aim to pass, American Dream Plan, and this is, Akiko asked after reading the title. It is a training plan that my master designed. I have changed some things to make it suitable for you, taking into account those days of each month, Deku said. Oh, I see, Akiko said, a bit embarrassed by the last thing Deku said. It is quite complete, it takes into account my classes, free hours, and even includes a special diet. Wait a minute, how do you know what my school hours are? Doing enough research, Deku said. Akiko looks at Deku with a deadpan face. Right, you don't have to lie, I know that Reiko-chan is your daughter. Of course you know that, Deku said. Anyway, we're done for today, make sure you get enough rest for tomorrow. I'm gonna die, Akiko said. Bespin Middle School. My muscles ache a bit. I guess I shouldn't have moved all the crates yesterday, Akiko thought as she massaged her right arm. Hey, Akiko-chan, are you alright? Reiko asks her friend noticing her uncomfortable. Yes, it's just that. I trained too much, Akiko said. It's not a lie exactly, I'm just not telling the whole truth. Oh, I see, you shouldn't push yourself too hard, Reiko said. Yes, I know, Akiko said. But I have to make up for my lack of a quirk, so I need some extra training. Well, I guess you're right, Reiko said. Please all go to your seats, the teacher said as he entered the room. We'll talk later, Reiko said to then go to her seat. Well, before starting the class one need those who have not done it to give me your career survey documents, the teacher said. After those words, several students got up and handed their papers to the teacher, including Akiko, who was the last to hand it over. Thank you very much now, the professor said, flipping through the documents, but stopping when he saw Akiko's. Miss Nagata, if you could stay for a moment after school, I'd like to discuss your career choice. Don't worry, it's nothing bad, I just want to give you some advice. Sure, Akiko said. I knew this would happen. Very good, now starting with today's classes continued regularly, until the day was over. Of course, Akiko stayed at the teacher's request. You wanted to see me, Fukuzawa-sensei? Akiko asked as she sat down in front of the teacher's desk. Yeah, don't get me wrong, it's fine with me that you follow your dreams, and I won't discourage you from trying to get into a hero school, but I also can't help but worry about you, due to your special condition, the teacher said. That's why I'd like to advise you to look for second options in case you can't pass the entrance exams for hero classes. Why, you don't have to worry, sensei. I'm fully aware of how difficult it can be for me, but I want to try. I'm going to try to enter UA's hero course, but if I don't succeed, I also consider entering UA's general course, Akiko said. That's perfect. I don't want to sound rude, but I care about all my students. I know that quirkless people usually have a hard time in a world like this, the teacher said. But I want you to know that no matter what you do, you have my back, okay? This genuinely surprises Akiko, positively. Although the teacher has never let people bully her, he has never openly supported her. That means a lot, thank you. There's nothing to be thankful for. That's all I wanted to talk about, you can leave, the teacher said so that Akiko then leaves the room, but not before making a slight bow. Undoubtedly, with each day that passes, life for Akiko improves. Not only is she happier, but there are also more and more people who support her in her dream. Wasting no more time, Akiko returns home to eat and then goes to the nursing home to continue her training community help. So the months go by. Akiko continues training, moving large boxes, small boxes, sometimes heavy objects, others traveling long distances. Other days Deku takes her to Dagoba to do other types of training such as swimming or jogging. At home things are also slightly different. Her parents are still very busy, but now Akiko has a special diet, all to be a suitable vessel for one for all. At school things are normal, except that from time to time Akiko arrives tired to class, which makes her classmates look at her strangely. Time passes until there is only 1 week left for the UA entrance exam. Akiko is on Dagoba Beach, ready for her daily training with Deku, but what she doesn't know is that things will be different today. "What will we do today, Deku?" Akiko asked. "I see you're more excited than usual, but there's something you should know. We're done with your training," Deku said. "We finished?" Akiko asked. "That's right, that only means one thing," Deku said. "Your body is ready for the transfer. It's time for you to get one for all." It's time. Are you serious?" Akiko said. "Yes, the time has come," Deku said. Wow, I still can't believe it. I don't know what I did to deserve this," Akiko said. "I'm very lucky. Let me tell you something that my master once told me. What you receive by luck are a blessing and what you receive when you are recognized. They are totally different things," Deku said. "You got all this because of your perseverance and courage. You earned it and don't let anyone tell you otherwise," Deku said while taking a lock of his hair. "And now what should I do? How do I get one for all?" Akiko asked. Deku smiles, giving his lock of hair to Akiko. "Eat this," he said. "I've always wanted to say that." "What?" Akiko said, not believing what Deku said. "Is this some kind of joke?" "Not at all. To get one for all you need to get my DNA," Deku said. "Eating a hair is the fastest way to do it, not counting a blood transfer." "I see. Wait, that means if someone gets my DNA," Akiko said. "No, it doesn't work like that. To transfer the one for all, the holder has to do it voluntarily, to prevent someone from stealing it. It's as simple as not wanting to transfer it," Deku explained. "Oh, that's a relief. Well, here I go," Akiko said too, after taking a breath, swallow Deku's lock of hair. "This is disgusting, at least your hair is short." "Trust me, I know the feeling," Deku said with a disgusted face as he remembered the day the one for all was transferred to him. After swallowing the hair, Akiko looks at herself. "I don't feel any different." "Of course, your stomach hasn't digested my DNA yet. You'll have to wait at least 2 hours to feel anything," Deku said. "Oh, I see, so what else are we going to do today?" Akiko asked. "For the moment continue training. Although you are ready for the transfer, you will still need to continue training to be able to use one for all at full power," Deku said. "So take a few laps to the beach while I return." "Yes sir," Akiko said to start jogging across the beach. Meanwhile Deku takes out his cell phone and dials someone. A few hours later, Akiko continues with her training, this time doing a bit of combat training, at which point someone calls out to her. Alright, by this point the transfer should be finished. Akiko turns around and looks at Deku, but this time he's not alone. Next to Deku is a woman, approximately 10 years younger than Deku, pale-skinned with bluish-white hair that is parted in the middle of her forehead, reaching almost to her waist, wide bright red eyes, and a horn poking from her forehead. The woman wears blue jeans, red shoes the same as Deku's and a red and white shirt with the number 1,000,000 in the center. "Transfer. I do not know what you're talking about," Akiko said. "Relax, you can talk freely," Deku said. "Akiko, let me introduce you to Eri Aizawa, and don't worry, she knows about one for all." "She knows. But I thought it was a secret," Akiko said. "And it is, but there are times when it is necessary for some people to know," Deku said. "Someday you two will have to entrust the secret to some people you trust." "Someone I trust," Akiko said. "I trust Reiko-chan, but I think I have to think things through before deciding who to tell." "I see that you are already thinking about it," but we must not rush. For now let's focus on the present, Deku said. And what will we do now? Akiko asked. Very easy. Now that the transfer is finished, it's time for you to try one for all for the first time. That's why I brought Eri-chan. We don't know what will happen when you use it, Deku said. What are you talking about? Akiko asked. We don't know how your body will react. For example, the first time I used one for all, I broke both my legs and one arm, Deku said. I see, Akiko said, then looked at Eri. I guess she has a healing quirk. More or less, Eri said. My quirk is called Rewind. It allows me to rewind a living being to a previous state. If you get hurt, I can rewind you to the point before you got hurt. Wow, that's cool, Akiko said. Yes, but it has disadvantages. By rewinding your body, I also take away any type of advantage that your body has acquired. For example, if you somehow gained muscle after hurting yourself, if I rewind you back you will also lose said muscle. Eri explained. That's why I use my quirk only to heal recent injuries. For other types of injuries I use common medicines. So you're a nurse, Akiko said. More or less, I'm a nurse but also a pro hero, Eri said. Oh, so what should I do now? Akiko asked. How do I use one for all? It's complicated. Each holder had a different way of using one for all for the first time. For example, my master managed to use it perfectly the first time, Deku said. For my part, one will help you to use it in a way that may work. May work, Akiko thought. Deku stands in front of Akiko. Do you remember the feeling you felt when you ran to save Reiko? Deku asked. Try to remember it, that feeling, to save someone, that you can only do if you use your quirk. The feeling when I tried to save Reiko-chan. Akiko closes her eyes trying to remember. Fear, despair, helplessness, little by little flood her body, but then courage. At that moment she feels it, a strange sensation, something she had never felt before. That sensation runs through her body, energy, she can feel it. I think I got it, Akiko said as she opened her eyes. Alright, now use that energy and hit me, Deku said while putting his hand in front of himself. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Akiko nods, feels the energy move to her right arm. She lunges at Deku, fist clenched and, graw. Letting out a scream, Akiko hits Deku's palm. The blow unleashes a large gust of wind which blows up a lot of sand. Once the wind ceased, Deku could be seen completely unharmed, while Akiko, ouch, pain spreads through her arm. Akiko looks over and her arm is swollen and slightly purple. Without waiting for any indication, Eri approaches Akiko and takes her arm. After a few seconds inspecting it, her horn starts to glow, and after a few seconds Akiko is completely unharmed, as if nothing had happened. Very good. How do you see it? What is the damage? Deku asked. Well, unlike you, no bones are broken, just torn muscles and some arm injuries, Eri said. That's good, she has better control than me at her age, Deku said. What was that? Will that happen to me every time I use one for all? Akiko asked, still in shock. Not if I can help it. Forgive me, but it was necessary. I needed you to use one for all for the first time to be able to act quickly. First it was necessary for you to use it in this way. Now you can use it voluntarily now that you know the sensation, Deku said. I see, but now how will I avoid hurting myself? Akiko asked. It's very easy. I'll teach you my flagship technique, the full cowl. When you hit me, I was able to calculate approximately how much percentage of one for all you can use without hurting yourself. At the moment it's between 3 to 4%, Deku said. That's a very small amount. I thought I could use more, Akiko said. It's better to act safe. You don't want to get hurt, Deku said. But don't worry, this last week I will help you use full cowl, as well as help you increase the limit a bit to use one for all. Of course Eri will be supporting us in case you get hurt again. I will help as much as I can, Eri said. There is only 1 week left until UA's entrance exam. Are you ready? Deku asked. Yes, I'm ready, Akiko said. My Hero Next Generation's ending. Song. My Hero Academia ending 1 Heroes. Sanai boku to boku o kakomu sakai de igetamo sukadimo mata tukut. A sheet of paper is found on a desk. Said sheet is Akiko's career survey document. It is noted that the words that were written before are now erased. Now there is only one word on that sheet, hero. Whoa! Several shots of Deku are seen which belong to videos that Akiko usually watches on her computer. Nando Chikajudamo Tuzakatiku Yumi de Okita. Akiko is now seen in her Bespin school uniform running across a beach. It is daytime, and the sky is brightly shining. Yoke no kahai de Michita Maki wa koa o Hisamidiru. Akiko continues with her run, however little by little the sky begins to darken. It is already getting dark. Yurtiru boku wa sanza ido. Now a 4-year-old Akiko is seen watching a video on the computer. It's a Deku video. Little Akiko smiles widely when she sees the video. Kurayami de Sagashiteru. The same 4-year-old Akiko is now in her room, a yellow blanket around her neck simulating Deku's cape. Akiko makes different heroic poses while laughing happily. Sanai boku to boku o kakomu sakai de igatamo sukandamo mata tukut. We return to Akiko from the present, who continues to run, but now night has fallen. The moon and stars illuminate the dark sky. Nani o Sudariba Soko ni Todoratsukuru. Out of nowhere Akiko stumbles and falls to the ground, however she doesn't let that stop her, and with a determined face she gets up and continues running. Nandamo Sekendamaitaimo Boku wa Boku de Shika Nai Kara. Akiko continues to run, but in the sky a total of 9 shooting stars pass by as she runs. Yumi de Aru to Genjutsu Darutu. Akiko seems to want to stop to heal her injured knees from her fall, but she doesn't give up and continues running. Kido Koeyukuru. One last shooting star streaks across the sky. Korandit E. 4-year-old Akiko is seen with a very sad expression. Naitat E. Now present Akiko is seen. However, she continues with the expression of sadness. Itsuka Sono Subit ga Hana ni Naru Kara. Akiko, after finally finishing running, is looking at the full moon, extends her hand towards the sky and proceeds to make a fist pretending to grab the moon. It is a quiet night at Dagoba Beach where 3 people are present. The first person is Eri, who is sitting on a chair on the beach pier while watching the other 2 people who are training. Akiko gets up from the ground while looking at who is in front of her. Izuku Midoriya, the man behind the number 1 hero, Deku, the man who chose her to be the next holder of One for All. These past few days he has been helping her train One for All. I'm going to call Izuku by his name, Izuku, while he's in his civilian persona, and Deku, when he's in his hero persona. In this way we will differentiate when he is on duty or not. Izuku is with his arms crossed looking at his successor. Alright, one more time, he said. Akiko gets into a fighting stance, activating the One for All, causing it to be distributed throughout her body and purple lightnings to surround her, and throws herself once more at Izuku, who just watches her. Akiko attacks Izuku with several kicks, but he just dodges quite easily. Akiko quickly jumps up and tries to attack Izuku with an axe kick. However, Izuku easily blocks the attack with his right arm. Not bad, but you have to be more resourceful than that. But in that, Akiko's hands grab the arm with which Izuku covered himself. Something like this, Akiko said, and quickly uses Izuku's arm to push herself against him, setting up a kick straight to his face. However, as soon as the kick was millimeters from Izuku's face, he quickly jerked his head, dodging the attack and causing Akiko to crash face first into the sand. One for All deactivates. It couldn't have been easier to block it, Akiko said. Yes, but I prefer to dodge the blows, Izuku said as Akiko stands up and brushes the sand off her clothes and face. Still, I'm surprised how quickly you adapted to One for All in full cowl. You use it as if you already had it for a while and not just a few days. Yeah, I don't know, but for some reason after using it that day and you teaching me full cowl, it just feels natural to use it. It's weird, Akiko said. It is not that weird. Each holder is different when it comes to adapting to One for All, Izuku said. I see. Well, what's next now? Akiko asked. We are done for today, Izuku said. Go home, take a bath and rest. Akiko relaxes and together with Deku they go to Eri's side, who is watching their things away. So, same time tomorrow, Akiko asks as she puts on her jacket. Actually, no, Izuku said. The entrance exam is in 2 days, so better take tomorrow to rest. Remember that resting is just as useful as training. if you don't let your body rest it will end up failing due to excessive fatigue. Yeah, I guess that's true, Akiko said. Come on, don't be sad, everything will be fine, Izuku said. Yes, I know, this time I know that at least I have a chance to pass the entrance exam, Akiko said. It's just that I'm sorry that the training sessions with you are over. I won't see you two so often anymore. Eri was going to speak, but decided to shut up. Why ruin the surprise? Don't be sad, Izuku said as he puts his hand on Akiko's shoulder. I'm going to continue training you, only it won't be as often as these days, maybe one or another weekend, who knows? That's good to know, Akiko said. Well, I'm going home, thanks for everything, I'm going to take advantage of tomorrow and update my quirk record. Without saying anything else, Akiko goes home. Izuku and Eri watch Akiko as she walks away. This will be very interesting, Eri said. Yeah, please do me a favor and make sure she's okay, Izuku said. Don't worry, I will, Eri said. My Hero Next Generation's opening song. My Hero Academia opening won the day. Several angles of the hero Deku pass to finally see his full figure from behind. Shizukesa ga Jimikomu Yoda ki o Tometa Gozen Goji. Akiko in a school uniform appears on her knees while looking up in surprise, slowly getting up. Hayo wo kaden de sumo kamu asu wa dakita, the day has come. Akiko extends her arm forward, trying to grab something, at the same time Deku looks back while smiling. Then several people appear in a row one after another, 19 to be more precise. Keshite akanai yuru mo furutsuzukat yamanai aim mo kono rokudamo nai sakai ni wa arunda yo. In the middle of a crowd, Akiko Nagata is looking up at the sky with a serious but somewhat melancholy look. After a while Akiko continues on her way. She was watching Deku capturing a villain. Tsukoshi mo henda wa nai no Midoromi ni ashi o tereradaru. Akiko is walking in the corridor of a school, ignoring the looks that the rest of the students are giving her. Anata o semet iru wake yanai nda yo. The girl continues on her way but stops short when she sees someone. In the reflection of her eyes you can make out a girl with green hair. Hatori kuso ni asobu sokoda. Now the girl is looking at the night sky, reaching out her hand pretending to grab the moon. Omoigata koto made Hajiru no kai. Suddenly the place changes and 9 silhouettes appear in front of her. The girl is surprised, but then her expression changes to a serious one before she jumps forward. For a few seconds a mysterious woman is observed removing her mask. Her facial features are not distinguishable. Karamio make you sordemo yuku to iu no. Deku's fist closes and then he proceeds to punch, releasing a large amount of air which sends several villains flying. But from among them a monster appears which begins to fight Deku, both exchanging a lot of blows. Chisaki Tabibato ga Kanadaru Hajimari no Kane no Ne. A professional hero with purple hair and a black suit is seen fighting various villains, using bandages to trap them. Then Akiko, with the UA uniform, appears leaping forward. Yuku 8 mo don't know. A green-haired girl appears and expels fire from her mouth. Then a boy surrounded by a blue aura appears and kicks twice in the air. Honto wa kawain yanai no. Then a boy with dark green hair gives directions and 3 shadow beings emerge from his back. Then a girl, with black hair tied in a ponytail, attacks with a metal rod that seems to have come out of nowhere. Fumidasu sono ippo ga Kate Yukaru saw the day has come. Then a boy with pink skin and hair appears and attacks with his arm which appears to be hardened. Then a red-haired boy with a very serious look moves his hands and then several concrete pillars emerge from the ground. Finally Akiko punches but her fist is interspersed with Deku several times. Finally, several people, in groups of 2, appear posing and then a total of 20 people, including Akiko, are seen standing in front of the UA Academy. My Hero Next Generation, next day, hospital clinic. Wow. Apparently you're right, the analyses this time showed positive results. The doctor said. Akiko went to the hospital clinic so they could update her quirk record. You do indeed have a quirk. Yeah, it was quite surprising for me too. I had already made up my mind that I was quirkless, Akiko said. Well, Let's waste no more time then and update your record. The doctor said while browsing on his computer. Nagata, here it is, Akiko Nagata. You still have my record? Akiko asked. Of course, after all, it was me who made that first detection of quirk. Until today you have been the only one in which the analyzers released a no result. The doctor said. But hey, we can say that in the end it was the good ending. Why yeah, I guess, Akiko said. Anyway, let's continue with this. Tell me about your quirk. The doctor said. Well, my quirk is called Replica. Akiko said. Replica? Interesting. How does it work? The doctor asked as he wrote the name of the quirk. Well, it allows me to replicate a person's quirk when I have contact with them, but I can only replicate one person's quirk at a time. Akiko said. Oh, a quirk that copies others, those kinds of quirks are very rare. Have you heard of the hero Phantom Thief? He has a quirk similar to yours. The doctor said while typing the information. Anything else you want to add? Why yeah, the replicated quirk has no time limit and will last until the quirk of another person is replicated. Akiko said. That's good to know. You have quite a powerful quirk there, but tell me, how did you discover this? The doctor asked. Well, if you promise not to say anything about this, it's nothing bad, but I would like not to cause a mess. Akiko said. Don't worry, the privacy of my patients is a priority, as long as I don't have to share data for medical reasons, but I can promise you that it won't get out of here. The doctor said. Well, I realized this when Deku saved me from a villain. When he saved me I made physical contact with him and the next day I realized that I could use his quirk. Akiko said. Why you have Deku's quirk? The doctor said in surprise. Please don't say it so loud. Akiko said. And yes, I have Deku's quirk. So far it's been the first and only quirk I've replicated. I see. And I also see why you want to keep it quiet. The doctor said. And what will you do? Having Deku's quirk should leave you wondering whether to replicate another quirk or not. For now I think I'll stick with Deku's quirk. Akiko said. I can respect that. The doctor said. Alright, your record is updated. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Okada. Akiko said as she gets up from the chair. Don't mention it. Now for the charge, Dr. Okada said. Here. Akiko said, giving the doctor a credit card. The good thing about my parents having a successful company is that I also get benefits from it. Alright, we are done. Dr. Okada said. Good luck on UA's entrance exam. Thanks, doctor. Akiko said before leaving the doctor's office. Alright, with that out of the way and it's just the UA entrance exam tomorrow, I guess I could take Deku's advice and rest today. Take it easy. Next day. Hi. After a day off, Akiko is ready for the UA entrance exam. In front of her is the famous H-shaped building. Several of the greatest heroes in history came out of this school, including the current #1 hero. Here I am. Hi. Akiko thought. I wonder if Reiko-chan has arrived yet. Akiko-chan. Akiko hears a voice and when she looks she can see Reiko approaching her, but to her surprise she is not alone. Reiko is accompanied by 2 people. The first person was easily recognized by Reiko, it was Izuku. The second is a woman who resembles an adult Reiko, her hair is brown and shorter than Reiko's. It's good that I find you before entering, since you've never been to my house, let me introduce you to my parents, Reiko said. So she's that Akiko person you told us about. The woman said. I am Ochako Midoriya, Reiko's mother, and the man over there is my husband, Izuku. Akiko bows. She already knows Izuku, for obvious reasons, but it's the first time she interacts with Reiko's mother. Reiko definitely inherited her mother's appearance. It's nice to finally meet you, Midoriya-san, she said. You don't need to be so formal with us, you can call me Ochako. Oh okay, Akiko said. I'm glad you met, but we have an exam to pass, Reiko said, interrupting the conversation. Let's go. Akiko-chan. Reiko pushes Akiko into the building, she goes after her. See you later mom, dad. Before entering the building, Reiko says goodbye to her parents. Izuku and Ochako just watched as Reiko dragged her friend into the building. She surely has grown, Ochako said. Yeah, I feel like it was yesterday when she was still a baby, Izuku said. Ochako smiles at her husband before looking at the famous H-shaped building. It's been a long time since we last stepped inside this place. Seeing it from the outside brings me a lot of memories, she said. Yeah, I know the feeling, Izuku said. You know. I think it was exactly right here. What do you mean? Ochako asked. It was right here where I met you, Izuku said. Hearing these words, Ochako blushes slightly, although she quickly looks away. Oh, what things you say, you smooth talker. Since when are you so romantic? Ochako said. Izuku smiles and takes his wife's hand. I guess it's nostalgia. Come on, we haven't had time as a couple for a long time, let's go eat something. Once inside the building, Akiko and Reiko head to the room where the written exam will take place. Are you ready? Reiko asked. I'm a little nervous, but I think everything will be fine, Akiko said. That's the spirit, Reiko said as they both enter the exam room. Wow, there is a lot of people in here. Well, UA is the most famous school for heroes in all of Japan. It's logical that many people try to enter, Akiko said. Without wasting any more time, they both take a seat and talk for a while as the exam begins. After a few minutes the room fills up and a woman enters the room, standing in front of everyone. Hey, do you think she's a UA teacher? Reiko murmurs the question to her friend. I think so, Akiko answers. So that means she's a professional hero, Reiko said. Said woman is a tall woman with a round face and a short equine muzzle, her face framed by thick, wavy blonde hair which reaches halfway down her back, some shorter bangs hanging down her forehead. Her eyes are large and round, Prussian blue in color, and she has a pair of tall, lyre-shaped pale tan horns on her head. Her calves are notably rounded, shaped similarly to those of a horse, and she has brown hooves for feet, and a short horse tail poking out from the end of her tailbone. She wears a horse halter around her head with a lead rope dangling from the back, and her outfit resembles a jockey uniform, consisting of an orange skin-tight shirt with paler markings around her chest and stomach, with matching colored pants, along with a pair of fingerless gloves. She wears belts secured around her collarbone, biceps, and lower torso, and boots that not only guard her hooves but also have stirrups attached on either side. The woman takes a microphone and begins to speak. Hello. Everyone, welcome to the UA's entrance exam. I guess some of you know me, but I will still introduce myself. I am the pro hero Rockety, and I will be in charge of supervising the exam. Saying this, several robots enter the room to deliver the exam papers. You have an hour and a half to take the exam. When the time is up I will return to explain the second part of the exam. The written exam began and without anyone noticing the exam time passed in the blink of an eye. Alright, time out, Rockety said as the robots collected all the exams. Now we will move on to the second part, the practical exam. Saying this the screen lights up illustrating the exam instructions. Each one will be assigned to an area in which a simulated exercise will be carried out for 10 minutes in an urban area. In each area there will be different types of enemies which you will have to defeat to earn points. Each robot has a different value in points. We will be divided into different groups. Do you think we will be in the same area? Reiko asked to her friend. I doubt it. Most likely they won't let people from the same schools work together, Akiko said. Excuse me, I have a question, one applicant said. Let's hear it, Rockety said. I feel like this test is unfair. I mean, not all of us have quirks that will work in battle, the applicant said. Rockety was about to answer, but Akiko inadvertently answers first. So why not bring support equipment? Akiko said to herself, however she said it out loud and they could hear her. Noticing the looks Akiko blushes with embarrassment. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. Don't worry applicant 5933, please continue, Rockety said. Well. Everyone knows that the UA practical exam is more combat-oriented. If your quirk isn't good for that, why not bring support equipment to make up for the lack? Akiko said. In fact, several heroes use support equipment to perform their hero duties efficiently. I mean, even Deku has his Air Force gauntlets to do ranged attacks. Correct. Applicant 5933, you hit the mark, Rockety said. While the practical exam is combat-oriented, there is no rule that prevents those with a quirk that is not combat viable from bringing support equipment. As heroes you must foresee the greatest number of situations and also have the necessary tools to overcome any problem. In short, you must be ready for any situation. I see. That's all, thanks for replying, the applicant said. Very well. If there are no more questions, there is only one more thing I have to say. At a specified time an enemy will appear quite difficult to defeat. The value of this robot is 0 points. It is more of an obstacle than a target, so I recommend you avoid it at all costs. Rockety said. With that being said, please go to your assigned areas and good luck to all. Battle Center D. Akiko looks around. There are quite a few people, but well, that's obvious. Very well. I'm here, now I just have to relax, and everything will be fine, she thought. Come on Akiko. Calm down. Now that everyone is in their designated areas, all that is needed is the start indication. Meanwhile Akiko tries to calm down. Suddenly, the doors to enter open. All right, ready or not, begin. Rockety's voice is heard through the speaker. Quick, there's no countdown. Go, go, go. A few seconds of confusion passed before everyone processed the hero's words. No countdown, several screamed, and without wasting time they all rushed towards the fake city. Akiko was trapped in the crowd and was pushed into the fake city. After being able to get away from the crowd, Akiko begins to run on her own looking for robots. Well, at least this way I wasn't left behind. At that moment she finally comes across her first robot, a 1-point robot. Very well, the time has come. For this you have been training. Activating full cowl, Akiko dodges an attack from the robot and quickly counters with a kick to the robot's neck, effectively separating the head from the body. That's 1 point. Now to get more. Without wasting any more time, Akiko continues to search for robots to destroy. Observation room. Inside a room are all the UA professors observing the performance of the applicants. I really like this time of year, so many people showing what they are capable of. There is a lot to analyze, a female voice said. Most of them just focus on getting the most points no matter what is going on around them. A male voice, somewhat annoyed, said. That is true, but even so there are those that stand out more. On the screen you can see a brown-haired boy with a container on his back. Sand comes out of the container, which destroys several robots while keeping them in the air. Be prepared for any situation, carrying the necessary tools to be as efficient as possible. The screen now changes to a boy with blue hair and a headband, who prevents another applicant from being harmed by getting him away from a robot that is attacking him from behind. We also have those who understood the hidden meaning of the exam, that or maybe they act like this without expecting anything in return. The screen changes again and now a girl with wolf features appears biting a robot and ripping several cables from it, although the most interesting thing is that next to her is what looks like a ghost wolf, helping her by destroying another robot. Others have partners that help them in battle. The screen changes one last time and now a red-haired boy is seen surrounded by multiple destroyed robots. The boy doesn't look tired. And, of course, we also have those who have an advantage thanks to their quirks, having great advantage in combat. I see a large number of interesting candidates. Rockety, who is with the rest of the teachers, said. All are interesting applicants until they find themselves in danger, the annoyed voice said. Oh really? So why don't we see what our applicants are capable of? Another male voice said. Now we will see how all these people really are, the annoyed person said while pressing a red button. Battle Center D. Akiko continues with her search for points. Several minutes have passed and the robots are becoming scarcer. Even so Akiko managed to collect a decent number of points. In that Akiko comes across a boy with blue hair and a headband who was facing a 3-pointer. The boy was focused on the 3-pointer and did not realize that a 2-pointer robot was approaching from behind. The boy destroys the 3-point robot with one kick, in which he hears Akiko warn him of the robot behind him. Behind you, the boy turns around and looks at the robot behind him, however he barely manages to stop the robot arms. Seeing this, Akiko doesn't hesitate for a second and destroys the robot with a punch, thus helping the boy. Hey thanks, the boy screamed. Sure, Akiko said, a little shaken by the boy's attitude, too excited. At that moment they both feel how the ground shakes. Several people pass by them, they are running away from something. At that moment, a building is destroyed, and a gigantic robot emerges from it, the 0 points. That's the 0 points. Akiko thought. Come on, we have to get out of here. Wait, the boy said while pointing towards some rubble. There's someone trapped in. He needs help. Without thinking, the boy charges in the direction of 0 points. Akiko looks to where the boy went and sure enough, someone is trapped. Wait. It is dangerous. Despite his words, Akiko also runs to help the trapped boy. The boy who was trapped by the rubble expected the worst, until the moment when Akiko and the other boy come to help him. Don't worry dude, we got you, the blue-haired boy said. That pillar over there has him trapped, Akiko said while analyzing the situation. I'll take care of the pillar. You try to get it out of there, the blue-haired boy said as he went to the pillar that holds the boy prisoner and lift him up with his arms. Akiko quickly grabs the boy by the armpits and pulls him up, effectively pulling him out from under the rubble. He's free, Akiko said. Are you okay? Can you walk? The boy they rescued gets up off the ground. Why yes, thank you very much. No problem, now we have to get away from here as quickly as possible, Akiko said. You get out of here. I'll take care of the 0 points, the blue-haired boy said. What, are you crazy? Akiko asked while the boy they rescued ran away. A little maybe, but that thing is a danger to everyone. It has to be stopped, the boy said. But it's gigantic, I don't think it's prudent, Akiko said, but she didn't finish speaking since the boy surrounded himself with a green aura and charged against him with 0 points. There he goes. The boy jumps on the robot's leg and quickly jumps on the other. Get ready giant robot, the boy said as he jumped while preparing a flying kick against the robot's face. Dynamic Ant, however, the robot simply protected itself with its hand, causing the boy to crash into it. The boy begins to fall from a very high distance. Luckily before he crashes to the ground, Akiko catches him in the air, thus cushioning his fall. Are you okay? Akiko asked. I think I broke my leg, the boy said. What happens for being reckless? Akiko said as she dragged the boy as far away from 0 points as possible. It's fine that you want to face that thing, but you must think before you act. Note taken, the boy said. As Akiko drags the boy away, a red-haired boy walks past her. I'll take care of this thing, the red-haired boy said. Without letting Akiko say anything, the boy moves his arm, and 4 concrete pillars emerge from the ground, piercing the 0 points chest, immobilizing it. The boy now moves both arms and the concrete of the buildings begins to accumulate on the 0 points. The more concrete the heavier the 0 points becomes, to the point that it begins to fall and the ground to crack slightly. Finally, the boy moves his arms down and the concrete starts to crush the 0 points. A few seconds later the 0 points is completely crushed by the concrete, leaving a large pile of concrete and parts of the 0 points. This left everyone present speechless. That boy defeated with great ease at 0 points. Gee thanks, Akiko said as the red-headed boy walks away. I didn't do it for you, that thing was a nuisance, the boy said without stopping or turning to look at Akiko. Everyone was about to go back to collect points when, all right everyone. Time's up. Rockety's voice signaled the end of the exam. Akiko sighs to relax before looking at the boy she was dragging. Are you going to be all right? She asked. I think so. It doesn't hurt, but I think it's because of the adrenaline, the boy said. Great job. Everyone did a great job, a female voice said, a voice Akiko recognized. All right, what do we have here? Akiko is surprised to see Eri here. Eri now has her hair tied in a ponytail and now wears her hero outfit, which consists of a white full-body suit with red details, black boots with white soles and white armbands. The armbands and boots have the red cross symbol on each one. In addition to that, Eri has a green belt on her waist and a smaller one on her left leg. Both belts have a green bag attached to each one. I think he broke his leg, Akiko said. All right, in that case I'll take care of it. Eri touches the boy's head and using her quirk she rewinds him before he got hurt. The boy is surprised to see that he is completely unharmed. That's so cool, he said. Thank you, and now have an apple for your great work. Eri said while taking an apple from one of her bags and giving it to the boy. She also gives one to Akiko but not before winking at her. Thank you, the boy said with great enthusiasm. Wow, who is she? An applicant asked. You don't know her. Another applicant answered. She is the one who makes sure that everyone in UA is well. She is the hero time nurse. Eri Aizawa aka time nurse. Quirk. Rewind. Eri's quirk allows her to reverse a living individual's body back to a previous state, allowing her to make her target physically younger, heal injuries, and undo body modifications. She has even shown the ability to rewind someone's body to a point before they existed. Thanks for the introduction. Eri said. Now, is anyone else hurt? As Eri checks to see if someone else isn't hurt, Akiko sighs. I didn't expect to see Eri here. Well, at least the exam is over, she thought. A week later, Nagata's household. Akiko is eating in her room. A week has passed since the UA's entrance exam. I forgot to count how many points I got in the practical exam, but I think they are enough to pass. Her parents aren't home today, so Akiko has to keep an eye on the mail. Speaking of the devil, at that moment the doorbell of her house rings. Without waiting for a second, Akiko goes down to answer the door. Once opening the door, Akiko meets the mail delivery man. Good afternoon, I have a letter for Miss Akiko Nagata, the man said. Why yeah, that's me, Akiko said. Perfect, here you go, the man said, handing the letter to Akiko. From UA, huh? I wish you luck then. Gee, thanks. After the man leaves, Akiko returns to her room to open the letter. Well, here goes nothing. Akiko opens the letter and to her surprise there is a small hologram projector on it. Akiko activates the projector, and projects the hologram of a woman with black hair tied in a ponytail. The woman wears a high-collared, sleeveless crimson leotard with silver lines at her waist and around her arms, which is open to expose her skin from her neck to just below her navel. She sports calf-length red boots with heels, which dip sharply down in the center, and 2 gold utility belts around her waist, another, thinner one around the top portion of her chest, below her shoulders. Miss Akiko Nagata, I am the hero Kriti and I am one of the teachers at UA. In this projection I will provide you with your entrance exam results. The woman said. Very good, in the exam you obtained a total of 87%, which is a passing percentage. Akiko smiles at this. One step closer now. Now, on the practical test you got a total score of 33 villain points. Now, in the practical exam you got a total score of 33 villain points. Although there were higher scores, your score is high enough to pass. Congratulations. Akiko opens her eyes in shock and happiness. She can't stop a small tear from coming out of her eye. She made it. But that does not end here. We also have a second score. Due to the actions done in the exam you were given a total of 25 rescue points, making a total of 58 points, which puts you in the top 10 in the leaderboard. My congratulations. Within this letter you can find your student ID as well or you assigned class. We look forward to seeing you at UA, your hero academy. While Akiko was happy that she could pass the entrance exam, she is now crying with happiness. I did it. She screams with excitement. Her dream has finally come true. UA entrance exam leaderboard. 1. Yasuo Ueda. Villain points. 92. Rescue points. 5. Total. 97. 2. Hideki Asagiri. Villain points. 56. Rescue points. 20. Total. 76. 3. Kenzo Kirishima. Villain points. 45. Rescue points. 25. Total. 70. 4. Reiko Midoriya. Villain points. 40. Rescue points. 27. Total. 67. 5. Aoi Yuzuki. Villain points. 32. Rescue points. 30. Total. 62. 6. Akiko Nagata. Villain points. 33. Rescue points. 25. Total 58. 7. Yugo Tanaka. Villain points. 40. Rescue points. 16. Total. 56. 8. Mai Noguchi. Villain points. 27. Rescue points. 26. Total. 53. 9. Hiro Nakamura. Villain points. 30. Rescue points. 22. Total. 52. 10. Dai Okubo. Villain points. 30. Rescue points. 25. Total. 50. Comma. My Hero Next Generation's ending. Song. My Hero Academia ending 1 Heroes. Sanai Boku to Boku o Kakomu Sakai de Igatamo Sukadimo Mata Tukut. A sheet of paper is found on a desk. Said sheet is Akiko's career survey document. It is noted that the words that were written before are now erased. Now there is only one word on that sheet. Hero. Whoa. Several shots of Deku are seen which belong to videos that Akiko usually watches on her computer. Nando Chikajudamo Tuzakatiku Yumi de Okita. Akiko is now seen in her Bespin school uniform running across a beach. It is daytime, and the sky is brightly shining. Yoke no Kehai de Michita Maki wa Koa o Hisamidiru. Akiko continues with her run, however little by little the sky begins to darken. It is already getting dark. Yurtiru Boku wa Sanza Ido. Now a 4-year-old Akiko is seen watching a video on the computer. It's a Deku video. Little Akiko smiles widely when she sees the video. Kurayami de Sagashiteru. The same 4-year-old Akiko is now in her room, a yellow blanket around her neck simulating Deku's cape. Akiko makes different heroic poses while laughing happily. Sanai Boku to Boku o Kakomu Sakai de Igatamo Sukandamo Mata Tukut. We return to Akiko from the present, who continues to run, but now night has fallen, the moon and stars illuminate the dark sky. Nani o Sudariba Soko ni Todoratsukuru. Out of nowhere Akiko stumbles and falls to the ground, however she doesn't let that stop her, and with a determined face she gets up and continues running. Nandamo Sekendamaitaimo Boku wa Boku de Shika Nai Kara. Akiko continues to run, but in the sky a total of 9 shooting stars pass by as she runs. Yumi de Aru to Genjutsu Darutu. Akiko seems to want to stop to heal her injured knees from her fall, but she doesn't give up and continues running. Kido Koeyukuru. 1 last shooting star streaks across the sky. Korandit E. 4-year-old Akiko is seen with a very sad expression. Naitat E. Now present Akiko is seen. However, she continues with the expression of sadness. Itsuka Sono Subit ga Hana ni Naru Kara. Akiko, after finally finishing running, is looking at the full moon, extends her hand towards the sky and proceeds to make a fist pretending to grab the moon. My Hero Next Generation's opening. Song. My Hero Academia opening won the day. Several angles of the hero Deku pass to finally see his full figure from behind. Shizukesa ga Jimikomu Yoda ki o Tometa Gozen Goji. Akiko in a school uniform appears on her knees while looking up in surprise, slowly getting up. Hayo wo kaden de sumo kamu asu wa dakita. The day has come. Akiko extends her arm forward, trying to grab something. At the same time Deku looks back while smiling. Then several people appear in a row, one after another, 19 to be more precise. Keshite akanai yuru mo furutsuzukat yamanai aim mo kono rokudamo nai sakai ni wa arunda yo. In the middle of a crowd, Akiko Nagata is looking up at the sky with a serious but somewhat melancholy look. After a while Akiko continues on her way. She was watching Deku capturing a villain. Tsukoshi mo hen de wa nai no Midoromi ni ashi o tereradaru. Akiko is walking in the corridor of a school, ignoring the looks that the rest of the students are giving her. Anata o semet iru wake ya nai nda yo. The girl continues on her way but stops short when she sees someone. In the reflection of her eyes you can make out a girl with green hair. Hitori kuso ni asobu sokoda. Now the girl is looking at the night sky, reaching out her hand pretending to grab the moon. Omoigata kodo made Hajiru no kai. Suddenly the place changes and 9 silhouettes appear in front of her. The girl is surprised, but then her expression changes to a serious one before she jumps forward. For a few seconds a mysterious woman is observed removing her mask. Her facial features are not distinguishable. Karamio Makyu Sordemo Yuku to Iu no. Deku's fist closes and then he proceeds to punch, releasing a large amount of air which sends several villains flying, but from among them a monster appears which begins to fight Deku, both exchanging a lot of blows. Chisaki to Bibido ga Kanadaru Hajimari no Kane no Ne. A professional hero with purple hair and a black suit is seen fighting various villains, using bandages to trap them. Then Akiko, with the UA uniform, appears leaping forward. Yuku 8 Mo don't know. A green-haired girl appears and expels fire from her mouth. Then a boy surrounded by a blue aura appears and kicks twice in the air. Honto wa kawain yanai no. Then a boy with dark green hair gives directions and 3 shadow beings emerge from his back. Then a girl, with black hair tied in a ponytail, attacks with a metal rod that seems to have come out of nowhere. Fumidasu sono ippo ga kate yukuru saw the day has come. Then a boy with pink skin and hair appears and attacks with his arm which appears to be hardened. Then a red-haired boy with a very serious look moves his hands and then several concrete pillars emerge from the ground. Finally Akiko punches but her fist is interspersed with Deku several times. Finally, several people, in groups of 2, appear posing and then a total of 20 people, including Akiko, are seen standing in front of the UA Academy. My Hero Next Generation, Bespin Middle School. Looks like this year 2 of our students got into UA. The school principal said to Akiko and Reiko who are in front of him. Their teacher, Professor Fukusawa, is also present. Especially you, Nagata, I'm surprised you entered, for the best of course. Well, I tried very hard, Akiko said. I'm glad that your effort paid off, but let's not underestimate Midoriya's effort either. Getting into UA is a very important achievement, the principal said. Thank you, I worked hard, and I did it. But the best of all is that I will go to UA with my friend, Reiko said. Both adults smile at the girl's excitement. Well, as the Bespin's principal and representative of the school, all I can say is congratulations and good luck with your studies at UA, the principal said. Thank you, both girls said, in that Akiko approaches to whisper something to Reiko. Before we go, there's something I want to tell you, in private. After the principal dismissed them, both are behind a classroom, a place where they can talk alone. What? Why you have a quirk? Reiko said. Why yes. Please lower your voice. Akiko said. I discovered it shortly before taking the entrance exam. Apparently I can replicate the quirk of a person I touch. That's cool, Reiko said. Wait, that means you replicated someone's quirk. Whose quirk? Please don't spread this. I replicated Deku's quirk, Akiko said. What? When did that happen? Reiko asked. Remember when he saved us? Well, apparently was that day. I did it accidentally, Akiko said. And why didn't you tell me before? Reiko asked. I couldn't find the time to tell you, Akiko said. And I understand if you're mad at me, but I guess it's better to tell you now before you find out at UA. Suddenly Akiko feels how Reiko hugs her. Of course I'm not upset. You told me and that's what matters. Reiko lets Akiko go. Hey, and could you replicate my quirk? Well. Yes, but I can only replicate one quirk at a time, and I would lose Deku's and I think I'll stick with that quirk for now, Akiko said. I see, I guess you're right. Reiko said. I can't believe it, my friend has my dad's quirk. After this conversation, both friends go home, looking forward to their first day at UA. UA High School. Akiko finds herself wandering the halls of UA looking for her class. I was assigned to class 1A. I forgot to ask Reiko-chan what class she got. After a while searching, Reiko finally finds the big door of her classroom. Well, here goes nothing. New school, new class, new classmates, a new opportunity to start from scratch. Upon entering the classroom, all eyes fell on her. Most of her classmates were already in the classroom. Among them she recognized 2 people, the boy who destroyed 0 points and the boy who tried to attack 0 points, with bad results. One of the 2 boys that she recognized, the blue-haired one, approached her with great speed and a smile on his face. Hey, it's you. Glad to meet again, the boy said while giving her a thumbs up and a smile. It looks like we'll be classmates. I'm Dai Okubo, but please call me Dai. The boy, now identified as Dai, said, with a positive attitude, perhaps too much. Hello. It's nice to meet you Dai-kun. My name is, Akiko didn't finish speaking because someone interrupted her. Akiko-chan. We are in the same class. It's Reiko, who just arrived. This is going to be awesome. So Akiko, That's a good name. Nice to meet you, my friend, Dai said. Just one day and you already made friends. I see you don't waste time, Akiko-chan, Reiko said to then turn at Dai. By the way, I'm Reiko Midoriya, nice to meet you. Reiko offers Dai a handshake. Without hesitation, Dai returns the handshake, with his excessive enthusiasm. A pleasure, Reiko. I'm Dai Okubo, but call me Dai. Well, I already made a new friend, so that's good. I think, Akiko thought. She was going to speak but a voice interrupted her, calling everyone's attention. You are all here. It's time to start. Everyone turns to see the direction of the voice and is surprised to see a guy hanging from the ceiling upside down. You couldn't notice my presence until I spoke. There's a lot to work on. The guy comes down from the roof. The guy has indigo-colored hair that flares out in large tufts around his head and notably straight teeth. His eyes are purple with white pupils, and are thin and somewhat triangular in shape, pointing downward, with no visible eyelashes. He wears a short-sleeved black shirt, gray shoulder pads, fishnet arm sleeves and fingerless gloves. His pants are also black, with purple rings around the bottom, with a mini speaker on each end, and white boots with purple tips. In addition, he wears a device on his face, but now it's on his neck, and has a long cloth scarf around his neck. Everyone go to your seats. In the hero course you have to be ready all the time, the guy said. After everyone sat down, the guy continues. You took a long time to sit down. You must be faster. This time I'll ignore it. He said. My name is Hitoshi Shinso and I am your homeroom teacher. He is our classroom teacher. That means he is a hero. He looks familiar to me, but I don't remember who he is, Akiko thought. Shinso takes the clipboard from his desk. Very well. Let's start this then. According to our itinerary, first you must go to the front and introduce yourself to the rest of your classmates. Yes, I don't think we will do that. There will be time for you to get to know each other. Everyone was surprised at this. Next, introduction ceremony with the director's speech. We're gonna skip that, it's a waste of time. Shinso said. Very well, with that we finish the introduction, it is time to move on to the good stuff. We weren't introduced to anything, that was the collective thought. Under your seats you will find your gym uniforms, put them on and meet me in the training field in the back, Shinso said before leaving the classroom, leaving his students confused. Female changing room. It is our first day and we are about to have our first test, Akiko said. Our teacher is weird, but I don't think it's a test, maybe he'll put us into training directly, Reiko said. As positive and impatient as ever, Reiko-chan, a girl said as she approached both of them. Said girl is tall with a mature physis. She has long black hair with streaks of white and red tied into a spiky ponytail with a large strand hanging on the right side of her face. Reiko stares at her for a few seconds before launching into a hug. Hana-chan, Reiko said with joy. I can't believe it, I didn't recognize you, you've changed a lot. And you haven't changed at all. The girl, now identified as Hana, said. Reiko releases the hug. By the way, Hana-chan, this is Akiko-chan, my friend and classmate from middle school. Reiko introduced Akiko. Akiko-chan, this is Hana-chan, my childhood friend. And nice to meet you, Akiko said with a bow. Likewise. Hana said. If it's not a bother, how do you know each other? Reiko-chan said that you are childhood friends. Akiko asked. Our parents were classmates as well as good friends, so it's only natural that one day they introduced us to each other. Hana said. Well, I guess we shouldn't keep Shinso-sensei waiting. Training ground. Shinso is waiting for his students to arrive. After a little while of waiting the 20 students arrive. You took too long. You must be faster. We can't afford to waste time. He said. Anyway, now that you're here we can start with the quirk comprehension test. Quirk comprehension test? What's that? A student said. You will do the same tests that you did in middle school, only this time you will use your quirks. For better understanding we will give an example. Shinso looks among the students and points to one of them who turned out to be Hana. You, Todoroki, you were one of the recommended students, right? Yes sir. Hana said. Shinso throws a ball to Hana. So you will set the example, Step inside this circle and throw this ball as far as you can using your quirk. Just don't step out of the circle. Show us why you were recommended. Understood, sir. At that moment, Hana's right arm begins to create a hand cannon. Hana Todoroki. Quirk. Creation. Hana's quirk gives her the ability to create any non-living material, object from her exposed skin by transforming the molecular structure of her fat cells. In order to create something, she needs to understand the molecular structure of what the material object is made of. Hana introduces the ball into the cannon and points to the sky. After pressing a button, the cannon fires, sending the ball flying far away. She inherited her mother's quirk, albeit with some improvements. Shinso watches intently as the cannon is aimed back into Hana's arm. Her creation speed is higher, in addition to being able to absorb the objects she creates, as long as they are still connected to her body. Shinso looks at the rest of the students. With this test you will be able to know your limits, your strengths and what you need to improve. Shinso shows Hana's score. Wow, 803.6 meters. That's cool. Now, you probably are excited to be able to use your quirks, and some of you are even thinking that this will be fun and stuff. In that case there is something you should know, Shinso said. I don't care where you place at the scoreboard, if you don't meet my expectations or if I catch you slacking off in the test. I'm going to expel you. What? That's unfair. Unfair? Shinso said. What is unfair is to give your best and still be defeated by someone who made the least effort just because he had an advantage in a test or confrontation. That despite your best effort you are defeated by someone who did not try even half as hard as you. That is unfair. And what about the positions? Shouldn't it matter who is higher? One student asked. Don't be mistaken. The place you are in is important, but not to know if you are worthy of being in the hero class. Your position at this moment is an indication of how much you need to improve. If you are the first place you have an advantage, but you should not underestimate the rest of your classmates. If you are the last place it means that you should work harder. Shinso said. For example, I bet you didn't know this but Deku, the current #1 hero and symbol of peace, was last place in this test. This surprised everyone, Deku being the last place. Even Reiko was surprised by this. Her dad never told her that. As you can see, being the last place doesn't mean you won't get anywhere. The important thing is how hard you work to get where you want to be. Shinso said. That's what our motto stands for, so give your plus ultra. After these words, everyone prepared for this test. First test. 50 meters run. The first two to do this test are Reiko and a boy with short brown hair and green eyes. The boy carries a container on his back which is full of sand. Alright, start. The container on the boy's back opens and the sand begins to gather, creating a cloud of sand. The boy climbs on the cloud and begins to fly thanks to it. Hideki Asagiri. Quirk. Sand manipulation. Hideki's quirk allows him to control the sand at will. However, he cannot generate the sand. He has to control the sand that already exists. Reiko wastes no time and quickly turns around and a large amount of blue fire shoots out of her mouth, propelling her at great speed. Reiko Midoriya. Quirk. Fire breath. Reiko's quirk allows her to expel fire from her mouth, as well as giving her complete immunity to fire and high temperatures. Thanks to her father's One for All, the quirk has been enhanced and Reiko is able to expel blue fire. Hideki scores a total of 4.07 seconds. Reiko scores a total of 4.57 seconds. Shinso just watches and writes down the results. Alright, the next two. Introduction ceremony. While Class 1A is on their own business, the rest of the first-year classes are at the introduction ceremony. While the principal is speaking, behind him are the teachers. While they are there, one of them notices the absence of Class 1A. Hey, he whispers to the teacher next to him. Who is Eri? There's a missing class, right? Eri looks at the students and notices the absence. She just smiles. Yes, it's Shinso's class. Eri said. It's the first time you're at an introduction ceremony, right? Yes, I'm usually in charge of the upper classes, the professor said. Well, you should get used to it. Shinso is someone who doesn't like to waste time, and he takes advantage of the teaching freedom to skip this ceremony and go directly to the quirk comprehension test with his class. Eri said. It's only the first day. Shouldn't he take it more lightly with his students? he asked. Shinso is quite a strict teacher. Eri said. You see, unlike us, he failed the hero course entrance exam and was placed in the general studies class. That's because his quirk didn't work well in the practical part of the exam. It wasn't until his participation in the sports festival that he caught the attention of one of the UA teachers at the time, Eraserhead. Eraserhead, your father? The professor asked. Yes, Dad decided to give him a chance and helped him by training him. After much effort, sweat and blood, Shinso managed to pass the test, and for his second year he joined the hero course. Eri said. That is why he is very strict. He highly values hard work and punishes those who doesn't give their all with expulsion. That explains the reduced number of students who reach the second year. The professor said. It is quite similar to Eraserhead. He went through a long road before reaching the hero's course, and he wants everyone to keep that in mind, that the hero's path is not nice. Those who doesn't understand it are not worthy of being heroes. Eri said. That, and I think that Dad influenced him a lot. I think I inherited a bit of his personality, with not wasting time and all that. Back with Class 1A, it's Akiko's turn in the 50 meters run. Next to her is the boy who destroyed 0 points in the entrance exam. Alright, start. Akiko quickly activates the full cowl and starts running, while the boy stays still, and concrete is generated under his feet which begins to move in the direction of the goal. It looks like he's surfing on the ground. Yasuo Ueda, quirk. Concrete. Yasuo's quirk allows him to create and control concrete. Yasuo scores a total of 3.50 seconds. Akiko scores a total of 4.30 seconds. Grip strength test. Alright, I have to give my all, Dai said, more like screamed, as he surrounded himself with a green aura, more intense than the one he used in the entrance exam. Dai scored a total of 250 kg. Using the full cowl at full power that she could use at the moment, that being 10%, Akiko manages to score a total of 220 kg. Long jump. It is the turn of a boy with short light blue hair and yellow eyes. The boy takes a taser out of his pocket and turns it on, but the electricity produced by this device is absorbed by the boy. It's my turn, he said. Shota Hamada, quirk. Energy absorption. Shota's quirk allows him to absorb any type of energy, store it within his body and later use it in different ways, either attacking with energy blasts or levitating in the air with the same energy. However, Shota can't generate his own energy, he must absorb it. Shota uses his energy to levitate and propel himself, making it past the entire sand pit. Thanks to One for All and full cowl, Akiko also manages to pass the entire sand pit. Ball throw. A girl with a slim build and dark blue hair with several streaks of bright yellow which reach her shoulders, pale skin and eyes that are the same color as her locks of hair, bright yellow, is standing inside a circle. It's my turn, she said with a low voice. Out of nowhere a bat made of solid light appeared in the girl's hands. With this bat she hits the ball, sending it flying. Yuna Tamura, quirk. Hard light. Yuna's quirk allows her to create and use different tools made of light. However, she cannot create light out of nothing. There must be a source of light from which she can create the tools. The tools cannot be too complex in terms of operation. The sun provides me with an unlimited source of light. Yuna thought. I still don't like going out. Shinso shows Yuna's score. 180 meters. Next one. Shinso said. Nagata. Akiko enters the circle and takes the ball. With a sigh she activates One for All in full cowl. Without thinking twice she uses all her current power to throw the ball as far as possible. 356.2 meters. Interesting. She has a good level of control. At least she won't have as complicated as Deku, Shinso thought. Next one. The rest of the tests passed, and everyone was ready to check their scores. Alright, it's time to show the scores, but before that, Shinso said. Congratulations, everyone managed to impress me, so no one will be kicked out, at least for now. This made everyone sigh in relief. Now, look at your scores and remember, if you're in last place that means you'll have to try harder, Shinso said before showing the scores. 1. Meiko Tagata. 2. Hana Todoroki. 3. Yasuo Ueda. 4. Shota Hamada. 5. Dai Okubo. 6. Akiko Nagata. 7. Hideki Asagiri. 8. Isamu Tokiyami. 9. Mai Noguchi. 10. Reiko Midoriya. 11. Kenzo Kirishima. 12. Kumiko Kirishima. 13. Ren Tetsu. 14. Io Okami. 15. Kyoko Seiki. 16. Yuna Tamura. 17. Takeshi Shimizu. 18. Kenji Kaminari. 19. Akira Mikami. 20. Musashi Kabuto. Now that you've seen your scores, there's just one last thing left to do today. Shinso said. In general, I have to give you some free time to get to know the facilities, but you can do that later. What comes now? Another test? One student asked. No, I'll explain when we're there. Change into your uniforms, I'll wait for you here. Heights Alliance. Class A is located in front of the Heights Alliance building. The Heights Alliance dormitories are large buildings with 5 floors separated into 2 wings. Each building has its respective class name posted above a sign that reads, Alliance. Each building is circled by low hedge bushes that leave a path open to the entrance. The entrance is comprised of 2 sets of double doors. Alongside the pathway are 2 park benches and 2 towers with lights on them. The first level of the building is white while the upper levels are colored brown on the outside. And here we are, Heights Alliance. Shinso said. As you may already know, we have a dormitory system here at UA. This is where you will live while you study at the UA. The ground floor is the common room as well as the kitchen, dining room, bathrooms, showers, and laundry. As an added note, the bathrooms and showers are separated by gender. Without wasting time, everyone enters the building. Shinso quickly hands them a sheet with the distribution of the dorms. This is the distribution of dorms. Your rooms start from the 2nd floor. Each one is equipped with the necessary air conditioning, bathroom, refrigerator and a closet. Cool. This place is bigger than my house. This is going to be very exciting. Don't you think so, Akiko-chan? Reiko asked to her friend. I guess, Akiko said. Come on, don't be like that. I think this will be a good way to get to know each other, Dai said. Indeed, this place looks really nice, Hana said. Although it is smaller than my house. Humble, Hana, humble, Reiko said. Very well. Get your rooms ready. When you finish you can take the rest of the day to see the facilities. See you tomorrow in class, Shinso said before leaving the building. Nighttime. Akiko's room. Akiko lays down on her bed, ready to rest. Finally the first day of school is over, and wow, it was a hard day. First a test and then to fix her room. But not the whole day was hard. After finishing fixing the rooms all her new classmates introduced themselves and she also to them. Akiko and the others also toured the main facilities of the school, mainly the classrooms, the infirmary, the support workshop, and the cafeteria. The first day is over. I hope the others are not as difficult as this one. With nothing else to do, Akiko lets sleep take over her. WA Japan offices. In the WA offices in Japan there is a guy with blue eyes, fair skin and medium-length blue hair that reaches his shoulders. Said man is dressed in a gray suit. Said man has finished his working day when a message arrives on his phone. Seeing the message, the man quickly puts his things in his briefcase, which is a slightly larger than normal briefcase. I see you're in a hurry, Akeda-san, one of his coworkers said. Yes, there are some things I have to do before I go home. The man, now identified as Akeda, said. Well, have a nice day then. Akeda nods and leaves the building and gets in his car. After driving for a while Akeda arrives at a mansion a bit far from the city. Parking his car, Akeda enters the mansion to quickly change his clothes. Now he is wearing dark blue pants, white shoes, a white shirt with a fancy orange waistcoat over it, and a black trench coat. Approaching the painting of a nude woman, Akeda presses some hidden buttons inside the painting, and it reveals an elevator behind it. Akeda enters and as the elevator goes down he opens his briefcase and presses some buttons which open a secret space. In his briefcase, Akeda takes out a gray mask from this briefcase. The mask is simple, it does not have any type of print or special design except for the number 01 in red on the forehead. Akeda puts on the mask, hiding his facial features. Akeda gets out of the elevator and walks through a dark corridor until he enters a room. Inside said room, there is a chair facing several screens on a large table. On said table there is also a keyboard and mouse. It seems that there is someone sitting on the chair. Akeda kneels before the chair. Number 01, do you have something to report? A female voice said. Yes. Akeda said. I received the report from number 62, the target has entered UA. The woman sitting in the chair stops what she was doing and stands up. The woman turns and looks at her subordinate. Said woman is a tall, curvaceous woman, and has long black hair that reach her hips. Like Akeda, she has a simple gray mask that hides her identity and all of her facial features, but unlike Akeda, her mask has the capital letter A in red on the forehead. The woman is dressed in a black leather skin-tight bodysuit, boots with black heels, spiked bracelets, and her fingernails are painted black. Finally, we've waited so long for this moment, we can finally start, the woman said. Combat Training 1. A new day has come, and Class 1A was having their morning lessons, right? They were having English classes with Rockety. Very well, who can tell me which of these sentences is the correct one? Rockety asked, but seeing that no one answers, she decides to choose someone to answer. Okubo-kun, could you tell us the answer? Dai gets a little nervous, but still decides to answer. It's the second, he said. No, I'm afraid not, the correct answer is the fourth, Rockety said. After the morning lessons, in the afternoon, it is lunchtime, it is first-class food at low prices in the large dining room. And after lunch comes the class everyone in the hero department has been waiting for, the basic study for heroes. Hey, who do you think our heroics teacher will be? Dai asked his group of friends, which at the moment are Akiko, Reiko, Hana and him. Everyone is talking to each other as the teacher arrives. I don't know, it could be any hero, Akiko said. While everyone is talking, the classroom door opens, and the teacher enters. The professor is a man with short spiky black hair and a frown on his face. His hero costume consists of a black full-body suit, a red life jacket, red shoes, an underwater breathing mask, red gloves and a red cap with two horns as well as a blue visor to see underwater. In her wrists have a pair of small water cannons. All right, everyone shut up and pay attention. The heroic class starts from now, the professor said with a strong and authoritative tone. Quickly everyone takes a seat and remains silent. They don't want to angry their teacher who seems to be in a bad mood. I am Kota Izumi, also known as the Hero Water Hose, and I will be your heroic class teacher, Kota said. Everyone is somewhat nervous about their teacher's attitude, however there is someone who reacts differently from the others. Reiko, seeing Kota, recognizes him, but her reaction is fear. Oh no, she thought. All right, this will be our first lesson, combat training, Kota said. This made everyone a little excited. Finally they will be able to demonstrate their skills. This is not for fun, Kota scolded the class. With these combat training you will learn the basics as well as being able to put it into practice. It's not a game, it's serious. Everyone remain silent. Obviously, in order to carry out this exercise, you will need this. Kota pushed a button and from the wall a lot of briefcases emerged. Your hero costumes. Seeing the costumes everyone gets excited again. Finally. I've been waiting so I can put on my costume, a boy with dark violet short hair said. However, the boy is sprayed by a stream of water fired by Kota. Wrong. Hero costumes are not for looking cool, Kota said. The costumes must be designed to blend with you, enhance your strengths and compensate for your weaknesses. This class will also help you realize that so you can make the necessary improvements to your costumes. His teaching method may be somewhat aggressive, but it still works, Akiko thought. Now go change and then meet me at the beta training ground, Kota said. Yes sensei, My Hero Next Generation's opening. Song. My Hero Academia opening won the day. Several angles of the hero Deku pass to finally see his full figure from behind. Shizukesa ga Jimikomu Yoda ki o Tometa Gozen Goji. Akiko in a school uniform appears on her knees while looking up in surprise, slowly getting up. Hayo wo kaden de sumo kamu asu wa dakita, the day has come. Akiko extends her arm forward, trying to grab something, At the same time Deku looks back while smiling. Then several people appear in a row one after another, 19 to be more precise. Kashide Akanai Yuru mo Furutsuzukut Yamanai aim mo kono Rokudamo Nai Sakai ni wa Arunda yo. In the middle of a crowd, Akiko Nagata is looking up at the sky with a serious but somewhat melancholy look. After a while Akiko continues on her way. She was watching Deku capturing a villain. Tsukoshi mo hen de wa nai no Midoromi ni ashi o tereradaru. Akiko is walking in the corridor of a school, ignoring the looks that the rest of the students are giving her. Anata o semet iru wake ya nai nda yo. The girl continues on her way but stops short when she sees someone. In the reflection of her eyes you can make out a girl with green hair. Hitori kuso ni asobu sokoda. Now the girl is looking at the night sky, reaching out her hand pretending to grab the moon. Omoigata koto made Hajiru no kai. Suddenly the place changes and 9 silhouettes appear in front of her. The girl is surprised, but then her expression changes to a serious one before she jumps forward. For a few seconds a mysterious woman is observed removing her mask. Her facial features are not distinguishable. Karamio makyu sordemo yuku to iu no. Deku's fist closes and then he proceeds to punch, releasing a large amount of air which sends several villains flying, but from among them a monster appears which begins to fight Deku, both exchanging a lot of blows. Chisaki Tabibato ga Kanadaru Hajimari no Kane no Ne. A professional hero with purple hair and a black suit is seen fighting various villains, using bandages to trap them. Then Akiko, with the UA uniform, appears leaping forward. Yuku 8 mo don't know. A green-haired girl appears and expels fire from her mouth. Then a boy surrounded by a blue aura appears and kicks twice in the air. Honto wa kawain yanai no. Then a boy with dark green hair gives directions and 3 shadow beings emerge from his back. Then a girl, with black hair tied in a ponytail, attacks with a metal rod that seems to have come out of nowhere. Fumidasu sono ippo ga kate yukuru saw the day has come. Then a boy with pink skin and hair appears and attacks with his arm which appears to be hardened. Then a red-haired boy with a very serious look moves his hands and then several concrete pillars emerge from the ground. Finally Akiko punches but her fist is interspersed with Deku's several times. Finally, several people, in groups of 2, appear posing and then a total of 20 people, including Akiko, are seen standing in front of the UA Academy. My Hero Next Generation, locker room, girls' side. I have waited for this moment, Reiko said as she opens the briefcase with her hero outfit inside. Akiko smiles at her friend's excitement and can't blame her, she's excited too. And that emotion turns into confusion when she opens her briefcase. This is not what I ordered. Meanwhile in another hero school in Japan. A girl opens her briefcase to see her hero outfit. Wait, this is not what I ordered. Back at UA, Beta training ground. Everyone stepped in the room, dressed in their respective hero costumes. Everyone will be surprised to see that Kota is not the only teacher in the room, Eri is also there. Finally everyone arrived, Kota said. Akiko is a little nervous, her hero costume is not as she requested. Her hero outfit consists of a purple leotard with black stripes on the sides, long black gloves that reach above her elbows, a pair of purple bracelets, and a pair of black boots with purple details which reach below her knees. The entire suit is skin-tight and somewhat revealing. Akiko, Reiko, Hana. Those are your outfits. You look great, Dai said approaching his 3 friends. Dai, for his part, his hero costume consists of a green full-body suit, a red belt, a green vest, a pair of orange gloves with steel knuckles, and a pair of orange boots which have steel soles. Reiko's outfit consists of baggy black pants with flame details, black boots, a black and red tank top, and red gloves in addition to a mask in the shape of 2 dragons with their mouths open, exposing Reiko's mouth. For her part, Hana's outfit is simpler. Her outfit consists of a red top leaving her stomach, arms and back exposed, red pants and white boots. Thanks, you look pretty cool too, Reiko said. Dai was going to say something but Kota interrupts him. Alright, the time to talk is over, it's time to start the exercise. He said, as you can see, Time Nurse is joining us today, that's because she will help us in today's exercise. And what will today's exercise be about? Very simple, it will be a battle training. Kota said. I'll just add extra rules. Battle training, Yasuo thought. This will be interesting. Yasuo's hero outfit consists of a black leather jacket, black pants, and gray boots, along with gray gloves and a white belt. The exercise consists of rescuing the hostage. Kota said. 2 teams of 2 people will face each other. One of them will have the role of hero and will have to rescue the hostage, while the other team will have the role of villain and will have to prevent the hostage from being rescued. How will the teams be formed? A boy with shark features asked. Who will be the hostage? A girl with wolf ears asked. What determines victory? Hannah asked. If you keep quiet I can explain things, Kota said. Teams will be randomly formed. Is that the right thing to do? A boy with pink skin, black hair and a horn asked. Well, there are times when heroes have to work with the first hero they come across, Akiko said. That is correct, good thinking, Kota said. Now, for the hostage, Time Nurse will help us with that, she will play the role of the hostage. They all turned to see Eri. Give all you have, she said. Now, to finish I will give you the conditions for victory, I will only say this once. So pay attention. Kota said. For the team of heroes, you have to manage to rescue the hostage before the time is up. Sounds pretty simple. Now, the villain team will have to make sure that the heroes don't rescue the hostage before time runs out. Kota said. Finally, there is a third way to win which applies to both teams. Time Nurse will be giving you some capture tapes. And just as Kota said, Eri begins to hand out a capture tape to each one. As its name implies, the tape can be used to capture an opponent. If you are captured you will be automatically eliminated. Kota said. If a team manages to capture both members of the opposing team, they will automatically win regardless of the time remaining. It makes sense, if a team is eliminated there will be nothing to prevent victory, Hannah said. This will be exciting. I doubt very much that you think that when I explain the last rules. Kota said. There are ways for both teams to lose. What? Kota smiles. First rule, excessive destruction. If the building where the test takes place suffers a certain amount of damage both teams will be disqualified. Isn't that excessive? A dark violet-haired boy asked. No, if the building suffers damage and collapses, not only the heroes will have failed, but also the villains, because what's the point of taking refuge in a building if you're going to tear it down? It's stupid. Kota said. That brings me to the second rule. If the hostage takes a certain amount of damage both teams will be disqualified. I can understand why the heroes would lose if the hostage were hurt, but why would the villains lose too? A blonde girl asked. What good would a dead hostage do to a villain? Kota asked and nobody answered. That's what I thought. I thought that being our first class this would be easier, but Kota-sensei is much stricter than Shinso-sensei, Akiko thought. Very well. If there are no more questions we will start with the creation of teams and then we will start with the exercise. Kota said and then uses the computer to create the teams. The wonders of technology, if you look at the screen you can see your teammates. The teams are the following. Team 1, Kenji Kaminari and Akira Mikami. Team 2, Io Okami and Kumiko Kirishima. Team 3, Hana Todoroki and Shota Hamada. Team 4, Reiko Midoriya and Kenzo Kirishima. Team 5, Hideki Asagiri and Yuna Tamura. Team 6, Ren Tetsu and Meiko Tagata. Team 7, Kyoko Seiki and Isamu Tokiyami. Team 8, Yasuo Ueda and Musashi Kabuto. Team 9, Mai Noguchi and Takeshi Shimizu. Team 10, Akiko Nagata and Dai Okubo. When seeing the teams, each one meets with their respective teammate. Akiko, it must be fate. Our first exercise and we will team up, Dai said excitedly. It's definitely fate as the teams I made were genuinely random, I generated them randomly and that's how they came out. The same goes for the fights that will take place, I generated them randomly. Why yeah, what are the odds, Akiko said. Now that we have the teams it's time to see who will face off first, let the computer do its job. Kota said while pressing a button, the computer creates the first match. Very well, the first teams to face each other will be these. Heroes. Team 1 vs Villains. Team 4. Team 4, take Eri and enter the building, you have 5 minutes to prepare. Kota said. After that Team 1 will enter the building starting the exercise. With Team 4. Sorry Miss Time Nurse. Kenzo said while tying the hands of Eri who was sitting on a chair in the middle of the room. Kenzo is a pink-skinned muscular young man of average height and a rather impressive physique for his young age. His hair is black and just under shoulder length with some shorter bangs between his eyes and a yellow horn protruding from his head. He has somewhat square-shaped eyes with black sclerae and yellow irises. His costume consists of a black sleeveless full-body suit, a pair of gray boots, and a gray mask. Don't worry, you are just fulfilling your role in the exercise, Eri said. All right, we have a few minutes to get ready. Do you have any plans? Reiko asked. I have an idea. We could barricade ourselves here, Kenzo said. We would need something to block the entrances, Reiko said. I can take care of that, Kenzo said. Kenzo puts his hands together and a liquid comes out from between them which covers the door, and after a few seconds this liquid hardens, creating a wall. Kenzo Kirishima. Quirk. Hard acid. Kenzo's allows him to secrete an acidic substance which can harden whenever he wants as long as he has contact with this substance. That's so cool, Reiko said. Now we just have to do the same with the other entries and we will be fine. I'm on it, Kenzo said. 5 minutes later. Kenji and Akira are looking at the map of the place when Kota speaks through the speaker. Alright, hero team, you can enter now. Looks like it's our call, Kenji said. Kenji has short dark purple hair, parted to the right with an asymmetrical fringe that has 2 reflections shaped like sound waves on either side. He has triangular onyx eyes with notably long lower eyelashes and small eyebrows. His hero costume consists of a plain black shirt, over which he wears an open black jacket, black pants and black boots. On his boots and jacket he has stereos built into his shafts and arms. How problematic. I would have liked not to go first, Akira said in a bored tone. Akira is a boy with a slim build and pale skin. He has long white hair, his eyes are green and has red circles under his eyes. His expression is bored. His hero costume consists of a light lavender, loose-fitting, long-sleeved zip-up jacket, short black mid-calf pants, bandages wrapped around his ankles, boots, and a purple belt. Look at it this way. The sooner we do this the sooner we're done, Kenji said. Meh, Akira said. Let's get this over with. They both enter the building, but at the entrance Kenji stops his steps. Wait a moment, Kenji places his hand on the wall and closes his eyes. After a few seconds he opens them again. They are on the top floor. Let's go then, Akira said. The duo of students continue their way to the top floor, thus finding the entrance blocked. I see why everything else was empty. They barricaded themselves in here, Kenji said as he touches a tip of the material that covers the door. This tip separates from the rest and falls to the ground, slowly beginning to melt it. This stuff has acidic properties, interesting. At that moment Akira stands in front of the blocked door. How problematic. I'll take care of this wall, he said. At that, several bones emerge from Akira's right arm, which cover the entire arm and hand. Akira Mikami. Quirk. Bone production. Akira's quirk allows him to generate calcium and grow his bones outside of his body. With his bones he can create various things, shields, swords, spears and even bone armor. Akira hits the wall with his bone-covered arms, breaking it. On the other side, Reiko and Kenzo are surprised to see Kenji and Akira enter. Don't worry, the heroes have arrived, Kenji said. This is not good, Kenzo said. It doesn't matter. We have to adapt to the situation, Reiko said and then shot fire from her mouth at Akira and Kenji. Let me handle this, Kenji said as he pointed the speakers of his suit at the fire attack and quickly released sound waves which collided with the fire, both attacks being destroyed when they collided. Kenji Kaminari. Quirk. Soundwave. Kenji's quirk allows him to generate sound waves throughout his entire body. The sound waves are powerful enough to easily destroy glass as well as being able to damage people's eardrums if Kenji isn't careful. Prolonged use causes Kenji to suffer from uncontrollable body tremors which render him temporarily immobile. That's not good, Reiko whispered. Let's get this over with, Akira said as he charges at Reiko and Kenzo. Kenzo quickly shoots acid at the floor and begins to slide on it, tackling Akira and knocking them both out of the room. It seems like it's just you and I left, Kenji said as he attacks with another sound attack. I'm okay with that, Reiko said as she fires from her mouth. Both attacks collide. Meanwhile Kenzo attacks Akira by shooting acid at him, but Akira creates a bone shield to cover himself, then quickly creates a bone spear and quickly attacks Kenzo, who shoots acid and hardens it to create a wall and protect himself. Akira breaks the wall with his spear, but it melts thanks to the acidic properties of the wall. This is going to be troublesome, he said. I better finish this quickly. Akira rolls his bone fist and prepares to attack Kenzo. I can do that too. Kenzo surrounds his fist with acid and hardens it, and like Akira he also attacks. They both hit their faces so hard that they fall to the ground unconscious at the same time. Back with Kenji and Reiko, Kenji dodges a rolling fire attack from Akiko and then attacks with a sound wave which is also dodged. She's good, Kenji thought. At that, Reiko approaches Kenji and attacks him with a kick, but said kick is dodged by Kenji, who crouches. I got you, Kenji said, taking advantage of his position to point one of his speakers at Reiko. Soundwave, surround speaker. Oh no, dragon's breath. Reiko quickly counterattacks with an attack of her own. Both attacks collide with her target, raising smoke. Once the smoke disperses, both are seen on the ground unconscious. Wow, that result is unexpected, Eri said. Meanwhile in the observation room, all four are out. How unexpected. For his part, Kota can't help but facepalm at the result. Okay, the fight is over, he said into the speaker. The result is a draw. Is that possible? One student asked. Well, apparently yes, Kota said. Eri, do you mind? Sure, Eri said, easily freeing herself from her restraints and picking up Reiko and Kenji from the ground. Very good. What did we learn from this fight? Kota asked to the class. That now we can have a draw, one of the students said. No. Well yes, but that's not what I mean, Kota said. We learned the importance of planning and having a contingency plan. I get it. Team 4 had a good initial strategy, but when they saw that it didn't work they didn't know what to do, Hannah said. Yes, and Team 1 didn't have a plan as such and they just attacked, Akiko added. Correct, Kota said. I'm glad that at least some of you paid attention beyond the action. Ouch, that hurt, Dai said. Very well. Let's wait for the robots and Eri to bring those four and we will continue with the next round in which these teams will face each other, Kota said as he presses a button making the computer create the next round. Heroes. Team 8 vs Villains, Team 9. You know how it is. Team 9 take Eri and go to the building. You have 5 minutes to prepare. Team 8 use these 5 minutes to prepare a plan, Kota said. With Team 8, Ueda-san. Don't you think we should plan something? Yasuo's teammate, Musashi Kabuto, asked. Kabuto is a short boy with a simple appearance. His hair is black and reaches his shoulders, his eyes are dark yellow and one of them is covered by his hair. His hero costume is simple. It consists of a black t-shirt with several white musical note symbols, black pants, and white boots. On his neck he has various speakers. I'm here. We don't need a plan, Yasuo said. Are you sure? Kabuto asked timidly, but Yasuo's cold gaze made him back away. Oh okay. 5 minutes pass and Yasuo and Kabuto enter the building. They both walk in silence through a hallway when suddenly they see someone running towards them. It's Mai Noguchi from Team 9. Moss is a girl with pale skin, light blue hair and eyes. Her hair is short except for a lock which reaches her chest. Her hero suit is none. Mai is apparently bright blue and appears to be made of a goo. I got you, Mai said. Predictable, Yasuo said, raising 2 fingers, and suddenly a concrete pillar emerges from Mai's feet and crushes her against the ceiling, splashing a blue substance. Wow, Kabuto said. Let's go, Yasuo orders and they both continue on their way. After a few seconds the blue substance begins to gather and Mai reforms. Mai Noguchi. Quirk. Slime. Mai's quirk gives her a body made up of slime. She can alter her body, become slimy and can even shapeshift into someone else or an animal. However, shapeshifting is limited to people or animals with similar in size to hers, in addition to the fact that her body is quite fragile as it is made of slime. That wasn't nice. Mai said. Back with Yasuo and Kabuto, they both arrive at the place where the hostage is, where Takeshi Shimizu is also waiting for them. Takeshi is a boy with a unique appearance. Although he has a human appearance, his body is covered in gray fish scales, his teeth are sharp, having 2 rows of them. In addition to having gills on his neck, he has curled blue hair and yellow eyes. His hero costume consists of red shorts, sandals, and a pair of gloves with metal plates. I see you've already arrived. Very good, it's more fun this way, Takeshi said. Takeshi Shimizu. Quirk. Shark. Takeshi's quirk is a mutant quirk that gives him the appearance of a humanoid shark. His teeth are sharp with which he can cut metal, and his skin is scaly, which increases his defense. In addition to having regenerative properties, he can breathe in the water where all his senses are increased, in addition to being able to move at great speeds in the water. I'll take care of this, Yasuo said. At that, Mai emerges from the fissures in the ground. Don't think I'm so easy to beat, she said. What a hassle, Yasuo said. Mai grows her fist and charges at Kabuto and Yasuo. Likewise, Takeshi charges at both of them. I'll take care of Noguchi-san, Kabuto said. Ah! Kabuto lets out a loud scream which turns into a powerful sound wave. Said sound wave makes Mai's body explode, all because it is made of slime. Musashi Kabuto. Quirk. Siren Song. Musashi's quirk allows him to use the power of his voice for various things. He can use sound waves to attack or use sound frequencies to control people's minds. Mai, Takeshi said. Not bad, Yasuo said as he extended his arms, causing the ground beneath Takeshi to open and he fell to the floor below. But I can take care of things on my own. Alright, Kabuto said. Anyway, release the hostage and I'll open a safe path, Yasuo said, and Kabuto does as indicated. Yasuo points his hands towards the wall and extends it, causing the wall to open, then creates a set of concrete stairs which he and Kabuto use to get Eri out of the building. Team 8 wins, Kota says from the speakers. Back in the observation room, everyone is speechless at how quickly everything happened. Very good. Now we can say that the MVP of the fight is, Kota said. It's obviously Ueda-kun, a girl with wolf ears said. He made everything seem so easy. Correct. But we also can't help to notice because he decided to do everything on his own, and although his teammate helped him, Ueda wanted to do everything on his own. Kota said. That's a mistake. Although in this situation everything turned out well thanks to the fact that his quirk was ideal for the situation. The building is made of concrete and he can manipulate it. If the situation were different it would not have ended so well. It makes sense. We can't just depend on our quirks. Having allies makes a team varied, Hana said. Let me tell you something from personal experience, Kota said. Never refuse help, you never know if you really need it. So deep, Dai said as tears come out of his eyes comically. Very well, when teams 8 and 9 return we will begin the next round, Kota said. So far we have had interesting fights, we'll see how the others will be. Combat training too. Very well, the next teams to face each other are the following, Kota said as he pressed the button to create the next fight. Heroes. Team 2 vs Villains, Team 3. Looks like it's my turn, Hana said. Good luck, Hana-chan, Reiko said. I bet you'll do much better than me. You didn't do it wrong. Just don't be so impatient next time, Hana said. Shall we go, Hamada-kun? Alright. Her teammate, Shota Hamada said. Shota's hero costume consists of black pants, black boots with metal soles, a white belt with several tasers on it, a red sleeveless vest which is open showing Shota's bare chest. He also has a pair of black gloves which on his wrists are tubes that lead to what appear to be 2 giant batteries on his back. The batteries appear to be empty. We should study the building and look for the best tactics against our opponents, Hana said as she and Shota enter the building. Alright, Shota said. My Hero Next Generation's opening. Song. My Hero Academia opening won the day. Several angles of the hero Deku pass to finally see his full figure from behind. Shizukesa ga Jimikomu Yoda ki o Tometa Gozen Goji. Akiko in a school uniform appears on her knees while looking up in surprise, slowly getting up. Hyo wo kaden de sumo kamu asu wa dakita, the day has come. Akiko extends her arm forward, trying to grab something, at the same time Deku looks back while smiling. Then several people appear in a row, one after another, 19 to be more precise. Keshite akanai yuru mo furutsuzukat yamanai aim mo kono rokudamo nai sakai ni wa arunda yo. In the middle of a crowd, Akiko Nagata is looking up at the sky with a serious but somewhat melancholy look. After a while Akiko continues on her way. She was watching Deku capturing a villain. Tsukoshi mo hen de wa nai no Midoromi ni ashi o tereradaru. Akiko is walking in the corridor of a school, ignoring the looks that the rest of the students are giving her. Anata o semet iru wake ya nai nda yo. The girl continues on her way but stops short when she sees someone. In the reflection of her eyes you can make out a girl with green hair. Hitori kuso ni asobu sokoda. Now the girl is looking at the night sky, reaching out her hand pretending to grab the moon. Omoigata koto made Hajiru no kai. Suddenly the place changes and 9 silhouettes appear in front of her. The girl is surprised, but then her expression changes to a serious one before she jumps forward. For a few seconds a mysterious woman is observed removing her mask. Her facial features are not distinguishable. Karamio makyu sordemo yuku to iu no. Deku's fist closes and then he proceeds to punch, releasing a large amount of air which sends several villains flying, but from among them a monster appears which begins to fight Deku, both exchanging a lot of blows. Chisaki to Bibido ga Kanadaru Hajimari no Kane no Ne. A professional hero with purple hair and a black suit is seen fighting various villains, using bandages to trap them. Then Akiko, with the UA uniform, appears leaping forward. Yuku 8 mo don't know. A green-haired girl appears and expels fire from her mouth. Then a boy surrounded by a blue aura appears and kicks twice in the air. Honto wa kawain yanai no. Then a boy with dark green hair gives directions and 3 shadow beings emerge from his back. Then a girl, with black hair tied in a ponytail, attacks with a metal rod that seems to have come out of nowhere. Fumidasu sono ippo ga kate yukaru saw the day has come. Then a boy with pink skin and hair appears and attacks with his arm which appears to be hardened. Then a red-haired boy with a very serious look moves his hands and then several concrete pillars emerge from the ground. Finally Akiko punches but her fist is interspersed with Deku several times. Finally, several people, in groups of 2, appear posing and then a total of 20 people, including Akiko, are seen standing in front of the UA Academy. My hero next generation, Tell me Hamada-kun, your quirk allows you to absorb any type of energy, right? Hana asked. Yes, although I generally absorb electrical energy since it is the easiest to obtain, Shota said. That explains the tasers on your belt, Hana said. But tell me, what do those batteries on your back work for? They are actually energy stores. You see, I have a limit of energy which I can absorb. These batteries help me store more energy than normal, Shota said. They also help me to have an energy reserve. I cannot keep the energy absorbed all the time inside my body. Over time it disappears. These batteries give me an extra reserve of energy just in case. I see, Hana said. I see you have everything thought out. That's good. And what about you? From what I've seen you can create things, right? Shota asked. It is a simple description, but it is correct to a certain extent, Hana said. I can create any non-living object from any exposed part of my body, but I have to know the molecular structure of the object I am creating. Oh, sounds complicated, Shota said. At first it was, Hana said. Anyway, I think it would be best to start fortifying the place and setting up some traps. Yes, that's a good idea, Shota said. Perfect, I'll start creating the objects, while you take a look around and see where it would be ideal to place the traps, Hana said as she starts creating items. All right, Shota said. 5 minutes pass and Kumiko and Io are ready to enter. Kumiko is a girl of medium height, light skin and red eyes. Her face is framed by short fluffy, unruly pink hair. Her hero costume consists of a sleeveless T-shirt with a letter K in the middle, baggy black pants, a pink belt, and red boots. She also wears a wired guard around her face, reaching from just above her hairline to below her jaw. Io, for her part, is a girl of average height, with long gray hair that reaches her shoulders as well as having a small extra ponytail. Her skin is pale and her eyes are yellow. However, her most striking attributes are her wolf ears on her head in addition to the gray fur she has on some parts of her body, mainly on her cheeks, chest, and legs. Her hero costume consists of a white top that only covers her S, leaving her stomach exposed, a black vest the same length as her top, blue shorts with a black belt, and she also wears a black choker collar that resembles a dog's collar. "Alright, hero team, you can enter now," Kota said from the speaker. "Okay, let's do this," Kumiko said excitedly. "Wait a minute, let us find out where they are," Io said. "Us?" Kumiko asked. "Yes, us." She said it and a spirit of a wolf appears behind her. Io Okami. Quirk. Wolf Spirit. Io's quirk allows her to spiritually project her inner animal, in this case it is a wolf. Due to this she also acquires characteristics of said animal, such as wolf ears, a tail and fur on certain parts of her body, especially on her legs and face. In addition, she also has certain advantages of her wolf characteristics, such as a more developed sense of smell and hearing, and natural night vision. The wolf spirit can interact with the physical world, which provides Io with a partner in battle. "This girl is my partner," Io said. "Now we will be 3 against 2, we have the numerical advantage." "Cool," Kumiko said. "Now, let's see what our opponents are up to." After saying this, Io crouches down and closes her eyes, concentrating on her sense of hearing. Meanwhile her wolf begins to sniff around. "What are you doing?" Kumiko asked. "I'm trying to listen to where our opponents are while my partner is sniffing out their locations," Io said. "Alright, we got them." "What do you have?" Kumiko asked. "The hostage is on the 3rd floor. Our opponents are on the same floor but they don't move, probably waiting for us," Io said. "But we must be careful, something smells strange on that floor." "Don't worry, I'll cover us if something happens," Kumiko said. "Let's go." "I'm going ahead." Back with Hana and Shota. "They're inside," Hana said while using a listening device. "It seems they know where we are, get ready." "I'm ready," Shota said as he takes one of the tasers from his belt. Observation room. "Hey, Akiko-chan. Who do you think will win?" Reiko asks, whispers to Akiko. "I couldn't tell you. Hana's quirk is quite versatile, but thanks to Okami-san it is now a disadvantaged combat," Akiko said. "Look, the fight has started," Dai said. Back with the confrontation, Hana creates a shield to cover herself from Kumiko's blow, but the shield, which is made of wood, breaks when hit by Kumiko. Kumiko Kirishima. Quirk. Acid Hardening. Acid hardening allows Kumiko to harden her body to achieve great defense. Hardened skin can generate acidic properties when she needs it. Her skin turns pink when it hardens. "It won't be so easy to stop me," Kimiko said. "I know, but that's not all I have." Suddenly, in her hands Hana shows a flashbang grenade while she has some sunglasses on her eyes. Bye. The grenade explodes and blinds Kumiko for a few seconds. Upon regaining her vision, Kumiko watches as Hana runs away, waving at her. "Come back here," Kumiko said, chasing after Hana. For his part, Shota dodged the attacks of Io's wolf. "This thing is annoying." Shota uses his quirk to levitate and then fires an energy beam at the wolf. However, the wolf dodges the shot and tries to attack Shota, but he moves in the air to dodge it and then hits him to knock the wolf down. "Where is Okami?" he thought. Meanwhile, Io is alone searching for the bomb. "Hey, now that they're both busy I'm free to search." Io crouches down and begins to sniff the ground in search of the hostage. "I got it." Io continues on his way until he finds the room where Eri is. Too easy, Io enters the room but does not realize that she steps on a rope, causing a flashbang to fall. The grenade explodes, blinding Io, who takes a few steps to the side. "My eyes." Io steps on another rope and suddenly capture tape comes out of a machine trapping her. "Io Okami has been captured," Kota said. "Okami, could you be kind enough to stop your wolf?" Yes, Io said. I was overconfident. I should have checked my surroundings. I'm sorry, but I'm not allowed to help either side, Eri said. Back with Shota, he sees the wolf disappear. It worked. At that he puts his hand to his ear. Todoroki-san, where are you? Meanwhile, Hana uses a shield, this time metal, to block Kumiko's attack. Sector 3 of the same floor. Hana answered Shota's question. Okami may have been captured, but I won't give up, Kumiko said. Kumiko stiffens her arms and puts them in X position and then charges at Hana. Hana turns to protect herself with her shield but is surprised to see that it begins to melt slightly. Wah! Suddenly, Kumiko moves her arms and splits the shield in half. My hardened skin can generate acidic properties, I bet you weren't expecting that. Kumiko takes Hana by the arm and puts her in a lock to immobilize her. I will eliminate you first and then your partner. Having Hana immobile, Kumiko takes the capture tape and is about to capture Hana, but then a beam of energy makes her let go of Hana and jump back. That was close, are you okay? Shota asked. Yes, thank you, Hana said. 2 against 1. It's okay, my hardening can against you, Kumiko said. Hamada-kun, try to stop Kirishima Sab for a few moments, I have an idea but I need time to create it, Hana said. All right. Shota fires a beam of energy at Kumiko, who covers herself with her arms. I don't have much energy left, so you better do it quickly. I do it as fast as I can, Hana said. I won't be stopped, Kumiko said as she moves forward even though Shota is shooting his beam at her. I am an unstoppable object. Kumiko reaches Shota and grabs both of his arms, then knocks him down and then traps him with the capture tape. Shota Hamada has been captured, Kota announced. Now is your turn. Kumiko charges at Hana but she moves out of the way, revealing a machine that fires a claw and traps Kumiko against the wall. That's not enough. Kumiko tries to melt the claw but it doesn't work. What? There are materials that cannot be melted by acid, Hana said, although it all depends on the type of acid. This won't keep me forever, Kumiko said and then, with her strength, began to open the claw to free herself. I know. I just needed to stop you for a few moments, Hana said, and just as she said that. Time's up. Villain team wins, Kota said. Once Okami-san was captured it was just a matter of stopping long enough for time to run out, Hana said. Oh man, how bad, Kumiko said. Don't be discouraged either, you were close to defeating us, Hana said. Don't be discouraged either, you were close to defeating us. Kumiko smiles. Thanks, she said. Observation room. All right, another round over, Kota said. Now, obviously the MVP of the match was Todoroki, but who can tell me why? Well, she was careful to leave the traps in the room where they were holding the hostage while she and her partner faced the heroes, Akiko said. Correct, although the other team's strategy was not bad, they used their numerical advantage to their advantage, but they made a fatal mistake, Kota said. Who can tell me what it was? I got too confident and got carried away, that's why I fell into the traps. I could have checked the room before entering, Io said, admitting her mistake. Admitting a mistake is a good thing, Kota said. Just make sure you learn from that mistake. Yes, sensei, Io said. Otherwise, both Hamada and Kirishima did their jobs well, Kota said. Now let's proceed with the next match, which will be between these teams. Heroes. Team 5 vs Villains, Team 6. You already know the rules so I won't waste time saying them, I'll let you know when it starts, Kota said. Are you ready? A boy with short periwinkle hair asked a boy with messy orange hair. The boy with periwinkle hair is Mako Tagata. Mako is a tall young man with a very muscular build. He has light skin, short periwinkle hair and royal blue eyes. In his hero costume, Mako wears a tight royal blue top, 2 red lines acting as a belt, loose dark blue pants, and turquoise knee-high boots. Finally he has a blue visor with white lenses. On the other hand, the orange-haired boy is Ren Tetsu. Ren's outfit consists of black cargo pants, orange boots and gray sleeveless shirt, and an orange headband that serves as a mask. Hell yeah, Ren said. Mako and Ren rush in to enter the building while the team of heroes meets to plan. Let's make a plan, Tamura-san, Hideki said. His suit consists of long dark pants, a long-sleeved red jacket with a hem, a pair of black shoes and a purplish-gray vest. On his back he carries his sand container. Right, Yuna said in a low tone. Yuna's costume consists of a black full-body suit with white vertical stripes on the sides, shorts and a sleeveless crop top both in purple cool, a pair of gothic platform boots, and finally a belt which has several flashlights attached to it. Meanwhile in another part of UA, Kriti and a woman with pink hair and yellow eyes are in front of a building waiting for something. How long will it take? I have several babies to finish, the pink-haired woman said. It won't take long. Besides, you don't want your new baby to receive the approval of a high-ranking government official, right, May? Kriti said. You're right about that, May said. Just then, a car parks in front of them and out of it, representing the WA, comes Hayate Akeda. Akeda-san, welcome to UA, I hope the trip was pleasant, Kriti said. It is not necessary to be so formal with me, Kriti, Akeda said. Now, explain to me what this is. It's the Adaptive Training Complex, May said. It is a new building which is used to train the students of the hero course. I see, I guess that's why they need the WA seal of approval, Akeda said. Right, now if you don't mind follow us so we can show you the place and how it works, Kriti said. I'm right behind you, Akeda said, following May and Kriti inside the building. Back with Class A, the fourth match has begun. Hideki and Yuna walk through the hallways of the building, ready for anything. Nothing for now, Hideki said. Let's go to. Hey, watch out with the head, a loud voice said, stopping them in their tracks. Hideki looks down at the ground and sees that he is stepping on, or rather going through, Mako's face. What the? He asked. I surprised you, right? Mako asked, then emerged from the ground and punched Hideki. Quickly, Yuna takes a flashlight and turns it on and then creates a light bat. I got him. Yuna tries to attack Mako, but Ren intercepts her attack with his arm, which is covered in metal and turned into the edge of a sword. Ren Tetsu. Quirk. Iron Hands. Ren's quirk allows him to cover his hands in metal, and while they are covered in metal he can manipulate them. For example, he can create a sword with his hand while covered in metal. Sorry but no, Ren said. Mako charges at Hideki, but he uses his quirk to trap him in a sphere of sand. I get him, he said. I'm sorry, but it won't be that easy to catch me, Mako said, coming out of the sphere while in his right hand he is generating waves of energy. Take this. Mako Tagata. Quirk. Yurei. Mako's quirk allows him to become intangible, and while he is intangible he can float and shoot energy waves. When he activates his quirk he becomes translucent. Hideki gets up from the ground and tries to attack Mako with several sand whips, but Mako simply becomes intangible and floats towards Hideki with a punch ready. OSH*T. Hideki covers himself with his arms, but it was part of Mako's plan, who pierces him thanks to his quirk and then knocks him down and then captures him with the capture tape. On the other hand, Yuna defends herself from the attacks of Ren, who combines a style of martial arts with his attacks with his arm turned into a sword. Hideki Asagiri has been captured. What? Yuna gets distracted, which Ren takes advantage of to disarm her. Yuna looks at her rival, who points the sword at her. Yuna just raises her arms. I give up, Yuna said, allowing herself to be captured. Yuna Tamura has been captured, the villain team wins, Kota said. All right, Mako said, arriving next to Ren. Good job. Thanks dude, Ren said, bumping fists with Mako. Observation room. That was the most unbalanced fight I have ever seen, Takeshi said. I think the most unbalanced was yours with Shiranui-san against Ueda-kun and Kabuto-kun, Io said. Don't remind me, Takeshi said. I have a doubt, Tamura-san. Why did you give up? Kumiko asked. There wasn't much I could do 2 against 1, Yuna said. So I decided not to postpone the inevitable. Knowing how far you can go is also a good thing, Kota said. Very good, now we only need the last confrontation. We already know which teams will face each other, but we still have to see who each role will be. The computer showed the next match. Heroes. Team 10 vs Villain. Team 7. Alright, Akiko, we have to be the heroes, Dai said, exuding excitement everywhere. We are the last fight, so we have to give the others a fight to remember. Alright, Akiko said. You know the rules. Team 7 enter the building to prepare, Team 10 wait outside for the fight to start, Kota said. Without further ado, both teams go to their respective positions. I'm burning with excitement, Dai said. Aren't you, Akiko? I suppose so, but I don't think I can reach your levels of emotion, Akiko said. I'm sorry, I just can't help it, Dai said. So how will we do this? Well, our quirks are similar to a certain extent, so we could jump right in, Akiko said. Straight to action, I like that plan, Dai said. Even so, we have to be careful. In the comprehension test I couldn't see Tokiyami-kun and Seiki-san's quirks well. I only know that Tokiyami-kun's quirk has to do with shadows, Akiko said. Understood, boss, Dai said. Something else? Yes, I have strategy, Akiko said, making Dai smile. The minutes passed and it is time to start the last fight. Alright, hero team can enter the building. Using stealth, Akiko and Dai enter the building. We're in, now let's search for the hostage, Akiko said. You and I will have no rival, Dai said. Akiko smiles but then sees something approaching behind Dai. Quickly Akiko activates the One for All and takes Dai out of the way. Just then a human-shaped shadow attacks where they were. That was close. Thanks, Dai said. No problem, Akiko said as she and Dai dodged the shadow attacking them. This must be Tokiyami-kun's quirk. You are right about that, Nagata-san, Isamu Tokiyami said, coming out of the shadows. From his back the shadow that attacked them is emerging. Isamu is a short boy, his hair is short, dark green, and his eyes are red. His hero costume consists of a dark green, almost black full-body suit, black boots and a red necklace. His costume has frog motifs around it. Dai-kun, just as we agreed, Akiko said. Yes, Dai said, and then a light green aura began to surround him. Dai Okubo, quirk, Spirit Force. Dai's quirk allows him to increase his body's limits artificially and forcefully, giving him increased speed, strength, and stamina. However, it comes with severe pain that grows depending on how much he increases his limits. Dai and Akiko approach Isamu, then Akiko takes Dai's arm and begins to spin. Ninjin, Isamu said, and his shadow, named Ninjin, charges at Akiko and Dai. Let's go, Akiko said, throwing Dai. The throw had enough force and speed to pass Ninjin. Alright, Dai said, landing and then sliding between Isamu's legs, and then runs away, who only remains confused. What? Isamu said. The objective is to rescue the hostage, Akiko said as she dodges Ninjin and tries to attack Isamu. However, Ninjin gets in her way. It's like a guardian dog, a very effective one. I'm sorry, but you had more opportunity when you were 2 against 1. Now Ninjin can focus on you without worries, Isamu said. That doesn't matter. The important thing is to keep yourself busy here, Akiko said, making Isamu raise an eyebrow. Meanwhile, Dai runs at high speed thanks to his increased speed. I have to find the hostage. At that, Dai looks into a room and can see Eri in a chair. Akiko. I found the hostage. I will proceed to the rescue, Dai said through the communicator, and quickly goes to the room where Eri is. However, at the door he crashes into something invisible. You didn't think it would be so easy, Kyoko Seiki said behind the invisible barrier. Kyoko is a girl with light skin, green eyes. Her face is somewhat masculine and could be mistaken for a boy. Her hair is blonde and short, barely reaching her ears. In her left ear she has an earring and she has a mole on her left cheek. Her hero outfit consists of a cream-colored skirt, a loose-fitting mint-colored sweatshirt, white stockings that reach above her knees, and white platform heels. Sorry hero, but you've come this far, Kyoko said, placing her hands on the ground, and suddenly several crystals emerged from beneath Dai. Luckily, Dai managed to avoid the crystals that tried to capture him. Kyoko Seiki, quirk, crystal. Kyoko's quirk allows her to generate crystals from her body or any surface. The crystals are tough enough to withstand various impacts without breaking. Dai lands and tries to kick a crystal, but it resists the impact. They are tough, Dai thought. Surrender hero, save us time, Kyoko said. A hero never gives up, Dai said, charging at the crystals and breaking it with several kicks. You were persistent, Kyoko said, creating more crystals. Back with Akiko and Isamu, the latter attacks Akiko with Ninjin, who dodges it and quickly enters one of the adjoining rooms. That shadow, Ninjin, is very persistent. I have to find a way to pass it, Akiko thought, and then saw a few rocks on the ground. Yes, that's it. Isamu and Ninjin wait for Akiko to make her move. They are patient enough. Just then they hear a sound to the right. Without thinking, Ninjin attacks, but there is nothing. What the, Isamu said, but then he looks behind him and looks at Akiko right behind him, ready to hit him. Apparently Ninjin is sentient and can be fooled, Akiko said. Isamu looks at Akiko and, Gamma, just as Isamu said that, another shadow comes out of his back, hitting Akiko and making her fall to the ground. What the? Akiko looks at the shadow that hit her and realizes that it is shaped like a frog. You know, Ninjin, now meet Gamma, Isamu said. You have two shadows, Akiko said. Not exactly. When Isamu said that, Akiko, out of pure instinct, dodges an attack from a third shadow that, like Gamma, is shaped like a frog. And now you know Keiru, now it's everyone. Isamu Tokiyami. Quirk. Shadow Frog. Isamu's quirk allows him to generate 3 shadow entities from his back. 2 of them have a frog appearance and the third one has a humanoid appearance. The darker the place, the shadows are stronger and more difficult to control. Well, this is going to be a problem, Akiko said as she defended herself from the attack of the 2 frog shadows. Back with Dai. He has his own problems. Kyoko's crystals are giving him problems. He doesn't have much room to dodge and he's running out of ground without crystal. As soon as Dai lands a foot, a crystal manages to catch him. Oh no, Dai said before being trapped inside a crystal. You're not out since I didn't capture you with the capture tape, but this will keep you still long enough until time runs out, Kyoko said. I think I screwed up, Dai thought. Meanwhile, Akiko is being pushed by the 2 frog shadows until they have her against the wall. I need more strength, Akiko thought. Observation room. In the observation room, everyone is watching the fight. Tokiyami and Seiki have Nagata and Dai on the ropes, Kumiko said. Even though Akiko and Dai have similar quirks, Akira said in a tired tone. How troublesome. Hana-chan. Akiko-chan and Dai-kun are losing, Reiko said to her friend. I can see it. Apparently they are rivals, that brute force doesn't work well against them, Hana said. Tokiyami-kun's shadows protect their host while Seiki-san's crystals are highly resistant to shock. And both Akiko-chan and Dai-kun have strength quirks. They were unlucky in their opponents, Reiko said. For his part, Kota observes the battle in silence. He knows that nothing is written and that any situation can change. Although there is only 1 minute left. I think we already have winners, he thought. Only one team won as heroes. Back with Akiko. She is being pushed against the wall by the shadows. They are not hurting her as such, just holding her back. I have to free myself. This is going to hurt, Akiko said, while little by little the percentage of 1 for all increases. At the moment I can only control 10% without hurting myself, but I have to increase it. Meanwhile, Dai tries to escape from the crystal but can't. It seems I have no choice. This is going to hurt, Dai thought as he relaxes and then puts his arms in X position. Spirit Force, Level 2. Back with Akiko. She begins to increase the percentage until she feels that the shadows no longer exert force. Very good. 1 for all, 15%. She thought as she puts her feet on the wall and then pushes herself, pushing the 2 shadows to the sides. Now it's your turn, Akiko said. Thanks to the momentum she heads towards Isamu, who is surprised. Ninjin. After saying that, Ninjin appears between Akiko and Isamu, causing Akiko to hit him with a punch. Back with Dai. The aura around him becomes more violent. Spirit Force. Level 2. He screamed and then with a punch breaks the crystal that trapped him. What? Kyoko said, completely surprised. Now is the time, Dai said, charging against the glass that covers the entrance to the room where the hostage is. Hammer Punch. Dynamic entry. Akiko and Dai said as they hit their respective targets, Akiko at Ninjin and Dai at Kyoko's crystal. Kyoko is surprised to see that Dai broke her glass, but she didn't have time for more as Dai hit her with another kick, sending her flying and colliding slightly against the wall. With no time to waste, Dai takes Eri in his arms and, after observing the room, breaks a hole in the wall with a kick and jumps to leave the building. Wait, we're on the 3rd floor, Eri said, but Dai still jumped into the hole in the wall. On the other hand, Isamu is surprised to see that his 3 shadows were knocked down. Then Akiko tackles him and immobilizes him on the ground. I got you, she said. It didn't hurt as much as I thought. At that moment Dai lands on his feet outside the building, creating a small crater upon impact. The hostage is safe, he screamed. The hostage is safe. The hero team wins, Kota said. Akiko sighs as she deactivates One for All and then stands up and helps Isamu up. Good fight, Akiko said. Same, Isamu said, shaking hands with Akiko. Observation room. Good job everyone. I see that you are not as bad as I thought, Kota said. Hey, was the class reaction. We had a draw, 2 victories for the villains and 2 for the heroes, quite balanced, Kota said. With this we finish today's class. I am going to pass the results of the combats to your teacher, but that is all for now, you can go. Classes were over for today and Class A was in the dorms. Today was a busy day, don't you think? Reiko said. Yes, although interesting, Hana said. I'm still feeling all the excitement of the fights, Dai said. What do you think, Akiko? I bet we make an amazing team. I guess. It was only the first time we teamed up, so let's not get ahead of ourselves, Akiko said. Yes, you're right, we have to continue practicing our teamwork, Dai said. And what about us, Dai-kun? Don't you want to team up with us? Reiko asked. This surprised Dai. But what ahead of mine? Of course I can also team up with you, Dai said to then bow, multiple times. I was so excited about our victory that I didn't consider you, I apologize. Don't worry, you don't have to apologize, Hana said while trying not to laugh. Next to her Reiko can't help but laugh. He's weird, but he's not a bad person, just a little intense with what he likes, Akiko thought while looking at Dai's antics. Elsewhere in Ua, Hayate Ikeda finally finishes his inspection of the new building. Interesting building, I can see how this could be used to train future heroes, Hayate said. So what do you say? Kriti asked. I approve it, it is a good building and the security system is good, Hayate said. Thank you, Kriti said. On the contrary, thanks to you, Hayate said while entering his car. Now if you don't mind I must report this to the WA. Of course, have a safe trip, Kriti said. Good luck with the classes, Hayate said and then drove away. After getting far enough from UA, Hayate takes out a different phone than the one he normally uses. Good news, everything went as expected, he said. Good job number 01. The person on the other end of the line said. On our side everything is fine, we can proceed with the next part of the plan. Get ready, you are in command of this operation. As you wish, Hayate said. My Hero Next Generation's ending. Song. My Hero Academia ending 1 Heroes. Sanai boku to boku o kakomu sakai de igetamo sukadimo mata tukut. A sheet of paper is found on a desk. Said sheet is Akiko's career survey document. It is noted that the words that were written before are now erased. Now there is only one word on that sheet, hero. Whoa, several shots of Deku are seen which belong to videos that Akiko usually watches on her computer. Nando chikajudamo tuzakatiku yumi de okita. Akiko is now seen in her Bespin school uniform running across a beach. It is daytime, and the sky is brightly shining. Yoke no kahai de michita maki wa koa o hisamidiru. Akiko continues with her run, however little by little the sky begins to darken. It is already getting dark. Yurtiru boku wa sanza ido. Now a 4-year-old Akiko is seen watching a video on the computer. It's a Deku video. Little Akiko smiles widely when she sees the video. Kurayami de Sagashiteru. The same 4-year-old Akiko is now in her room, a yellow blanket around her neck simulating Deku's cape. Akiko makes different heroic poses while laughing happily. Sanai boku to boku o kakomu sakai de igetamo sukandamo mata tukut. We return to Akiko from the present who continues to run, but now night has fallen. the moon and stars illuminate the dark sky. Nani o Sudariba Soko ni Tadoritsukuru. Out of nowhere Akiko stumbles and falls to the ground, however she doesn't let that stop her, and with a determined face she gets up and continues running. Nandamo Sekendamaitaimo Boku wa Boku de Shika Nai Kara. Akiko continues to run, but in the sky a total of 9 shooting stars pass by as she runs. Yumi de Aru to Genjutsu Darutu. Akiko seems to want to stop to heal her injured knees from her fall, but she doesn't give up and continues running. Kido Koeyukuru. One last shooting star streaks across the sky. Korandit E. 4-year-old Akiko is seen with a very sad expression. Naitat E. Now present Akiko is seen. However, she continues with the expression of sadness. Itsuka Sono Subit ga Hana ni Naru Kara. Akiko, after finally finishing running, is looking at the full moon, extends her hand towards the sky and proceeds to make a fist pretending to grab the moon. Preparing for disaster. A new day has arrived and Akiko wakes up in her room. A new day has begun, she thought as she gets up from her bed and changes into her school uniform. After going down to the common room, Akiko runs into her 2 friends, Reiko and Hana. Good morning Akiko-chan, Reiko said. Good morning, I guess you're going to have breakfast too, Hana said. Why yes, I guess you do too, Akiko said. Yeah, let's have breakfast together, Reiko said. The 3 of them together head to the kitchen to look for some breakfast. Their surprise was when they saw Dai in the kitchen with an apron with the word youth on it. Good morning girls, Dai said with his always excited attitude. I went ahead and prepared breakfast for everyone. And indeed, there are 4 empty plates on the table. Please, sit down, Dai said. Did you make breakfast for all of us? Hana asked. Of course, you are my friends, Dai said. It is very nice of you, thanks, Reiko said. Indeed, thank you, Hana said. You don't need to thank me, I do it because I want to, Dai said. Now please take your seats. Akiko, Hana and Reiko sit down while Dai takes the frying pan. So, what's for breakfast today? Reiko asked. After a busy day like yesterday it is necessary to recover energy, Dai said. Dai said as he puts sunny side up eggs on the plates, 2 on each. An egg for its vitamins and proteins. Then Dai takes some bacon from another pan and serves a pile on each plate. Bacon is rich in protein and vitamins, excellent for metabolism. Where do you know all this from? Hana asked. I mean, you're right, I'm just interested in where you know all this from. Cooking books. Dai simply said and then took toasted bread and put 2 on each plate. Bread supplies carbohydrates and fiber necessary for the body. Then Dai takes a small bowl full of fruit and puts 1 next to each plate. Of course, we also need fresh foods like fruit. We have melon, watermelon, pineapple, apple and pear. I like fruit, Reiko said. Finally Dai takes orange juice from the refrigerator and pours it into 4 glasses, 1 for each. And finally, to stay hydrated, orange juice is good thanks to its vitamin C and calcium, as well as its antioxidants. After this Dai sits down. And that's how you have a balanced breakfast. Wow, this all looks good, Akiko said. Yeah, one of my hobbies apart from training is cooking, Dai said. I wouldn't mind serving breakfast every day. You're sure? We don't want you to feel forced, Hana said. Don't worry, I do it with pleasure, I enjoy cooking, Dai said. Oh well. It's time to eat. Itadakimasu. The 4 say to start eating their breakfast. This is so good, Reiko said. Indeed, it is a complete and simple breakfast but full of flavor, Hana said. You're very good at cooking, Dai-kun, Akiko said. Thank you, Dai said. Without further ado, the 4 continue with their breakfast. My Hero Next Generation's opening. Song. My Hero Academia opening won the day. Several angles of the hero Deku pass to finally see his full figure from behind. Shizukesa ga Jimikomu yoda ki o tometa gozen goji. Akiko in a school uniform appears on her knees while looking up in surprise, slowly getting up. Hayo wo kaden de sumo kamu asu wa dakita, the day has come. Akiko extends her arm forward, trying to grab something, at the same time Deku looks back while smiling. Then several people appear in a row one after another, 19 to be more precise. Keshite akanai yuru mo furutsuzukat yamanai aim mo kono rokudamo ni sakai ni wa arunda yo. In the middle of a crowd, Akiko Nagata is looking up at the sky with a serious but somewhat melancholy look. After a while Akiko continues on her way. She was watching Deku capturing a villain. Tsukoshi mo hen de wa nai no Midoromi ni ashi o tereradaru. Akiko is walking in the corridor of a school, ignoring the looks that the rest of the students are giving her. Anata o semet iru wake ya nai nda yo. The girl continues on her way but stops short when she sees someone. In the reflection of her eyes you can make out a girl with green hair. Hitori kuso ni asobu sokoda. Now the girl is looking at the night sky, reaching out her hand pretending to grab the moon. Omoigata koto made Hajiru no kai. Suddenly the place changes and 9 silhouettes appear in front of her. The girl is surprised, but then her expression changes to a serious one before she jumps forward. For a few seconds a mysterious woman is observed removing her mask. Her facial features are not distinguishable. Karamio make you sordemo yuku to I you know. Deku's fist closes and then he proceeds to punch, releasing a large amount of air which sends several villains flying, but from among them a monster appears which begins to fight Deku, both exchanging a lot of blows. Chisaki Tabibato ga Kanadaru Hajimari no Kane no Ne. A professional hero with purple hair and a black suit is seen fighting various villains, using bandages to trap them. Then Akiko, with the UA uniform, appears leaping forward. Yuku 8 mo don't know. A green-haired girl appears and expels fire from her mouth. Then a boy surrounded by a blue aura appears and kicks twice in the air. Honto wa kawain yanai no. Then a boy with dark green hair gives directions and 3 shadow beings emerge from his back. Then a girl, with black hair tied in a ponytail, attacks with a metal rod that seems to have come out of nowhere. Fumidasu sono ippo ga kate yukuru saw the day has come. Then a boy with pink skin and hair appears and attacks with his arm which appears to be hardened. Then a red-haired boy with a very serious look moves his hands and then several concrete pillars emerge from the ground. Finally Akiko punches but her fist is interspersed with Deku several times. Finally, several people, in groups of 2, appear posing and then a total of 20 people, including Akiko, are seen standing in front of the UA Academy. My Hero Next Generation, 1A Classroom. Class time has arrived. Shinso stands in front of his class, ready to start. I already reviewed the recordings of the battle training. Shinso said. I was surprised, none of you did it terribly wrong. In fact, you did it quite well, for being your first practical exercise of course. See sensei. We're awesome. Kenji said. Don't go too high. Everyone made at least 5 mistakes during their fights. I'm just saying that for the first time you did well. Shinso said. Anyway, it's time to move on to the next thing. It's time to elect the class president and vice president. That's a pretty normal activity, Akiko thought. Cool, I want to be the president, Kenzo said. No, that will be me, Kanji said. That's a job suitable for someone who knows how to work in a group, meaning me, Io said. Give me a chance, I want to be the president, Dai said. I see that there are many enthusiasts. Even so, they must take into account the responsibilities of the position of president and vice president. It is not just something to be better than others. Shinso said. As president, you must look after the good of your classmates and represent your class. It is not a position to play, it is something that has responsibility. Hannah said. I propose that a vote be held. Whoever receives the greatest number of votes we will know he or she the right one. But you can vote for yourself, right? Takeshi asked. And that is why whoever receives the most votes will be the one, Hannah said. It makes sense, and whoever has the second most votes will be the vice president, Shota said. Correct. Hannah said while creating some pieces of paper and some pens. Now everyone write a name on a piece of paper and then we will count the votes. After this everyone gave their vote. To no one's surprise there are several people who voted for themselves, even so the results in the end were as follows. Hana Todoroki, 4 votes. Meiko Tagata, 3 votes. Yasuo Ueda, 2 votes. Everyone else had 1 vote. So, Todoroki-chan will be the president and Tagata-san will be the vice president, Kenji said. So. Todoroki-chan will be the president and Tagata-san will be the vice president. Yes, and Tagata-san is quite friendly and nice, Kyoko said. I thank everyone who voted for me, Hana said. Yeah, thanks, Mako said. Yes, very good. Now that we're done with that, it's time to continue with classes, Shinso said. Like the modern history of heroes, Kriti said, entering the classroom. Exactly. Now please pay attention, Shinso said, and then left the classroom. Unknown place. Hayate Ikeda, also known by his villain code name, number 01, is walking through a hallway until he reaches the room where his boss is sitting watching several monitors. How are things going, 01? The woman asked. Everything is going perfectly, my lady, number 01 said. Thanks to number 62 we got UA's schedule, everything is ready. Perfect, now we just need one more thing, the woman said as she stands up and presses a control button so that the walls rise, revealing several tubes with masses of human flesh with some recognizable limbs inside. Choose your pieces and tell number 09 to prepare them. Yes, my lady, number 01 said, and then began to see the different tubes. And please be careful, you are my right hand and I don't want to lose you for a test, the woman said. Don't worry, everything will be fine, my lady, number 01 said. 1A classroom. Very good, today we will have a special class, Shinso said to his class. Sensei, aren't we supposed to have hero class with Kota-sensei? Kabuto asked. Yes, but like Brainstorm said, today's class is special, Kota said as he enters the classroom while being accompanied by Eri. Yesterday you all experienced your quirks for the first time in combat. But combat is not the only thing in a hero's job, Shinso said. You have to learn the advantages and disadvantages of your quirks. That is why today we will have a special practice in different simulated environments, Kota said. However, with only one teacher and 20 students it would be very time-consuming. That is why Brainstorm and Time Nurse will help me today, in addition to a special guest. Today you will learn how to use your quirks in different scenarios, Eri said. And you're in luck, because you will be the first to try the new building that was approved, Kota said. Now, change into your suits and we'll meet you at the bus in 5 minutes. After Kota says this, everyone quickly gets up and takes their briefcases to go change. All right, let's go, Kota said. Once everyone is on the bus, the journey to the new building begins. I'm excited, Kenzo said. Yes, me too, Kenji said. It will be interesting to see what they have in store for us, Hideki said. For her part, Akiko is talking with her friends, but then someone talks to her. Excuse me, Nagata-san, do you mind if I ask you a question? Isamu asked. Technically you already asked me a question, but I guess it's okay, Akiko said. During our fight I couldn't help but notice something. Your quirk is similar to Deku's, at least his superpower quirk, Isamu said. This question made everyone focus on her. That's actually a very good question, Kumiko said. I knew this question was going to appear sooner or later, although I'm surprised it took so long to ask me, Akiko thought. Well, that's because it's actually Deku's quirk, so to speak. What do you mean by that? Everyone, except Reiko, Hana, and Dai, who Akiko had already told them the excuse, said in surprise. That's because my original quirk is called replica. I can replicate someone's quirk just by touching him or her, Akiko explained. I can use the quirk that I replicate for as long as I want, but I can only replicate one quirk at a time. If I replicate another I lose the previous one, Akiko said. So you could replicate our quirks? Mai asked. Only if I want it that way. That is, I can touch you and not replicate your quirks, Akiko said. But how could you replicate Deku's? Io asked. Deku saved me once, and when he did I was touching him and I accidentally replicated his quirk, Akiko said. And the reason why I haven't replicated others is that I want to check something. And what is it about? Shota. As you know, Deku has several quirks. I was wondering if in some way, by replicating his quirk, I also replicated the others he has since in theory I only replicated that of a single person, Akiko explained. That makes sense. That would be cool, Ren said. How lucky you are. Mai said. Having the quirk of the number 1 hero. It must have been difficult to control it, Io said. More or less. I don't know why but I have always been able to adapt easily to things, Akiko said. Like I said. Lucky. Io said. Alright, socializing time is over, we have arrived, Kota said. Upon hearing that, everyone begins to leave the bus. When Akiko leaves, she does not notice that Yasuo is watching her. Maybe you are worth watching, he thought. When leaving the bus everyone looks at the building. It is a simple building, square in shape and with a glass dome on top. We have arrived, welcome to Adaptive Training Camp or ATC for short, Kota said. Once inside we will explain how everything works in addition to meeting the special guest. Once inside they are greeted by 2 people, the first is Mei and the second is a man with white armor similar to that of a knight and also has engines in his calves. Uncle Tenya is here, Reiko thought as she recognized the man. Guys, today we are joined by Tenya Iida also known as the Turbo Hero, Ingenium, Kota said. As Water Hose said, I am the Turbo Hero, Ingenium. I have been asked to assist in today's hero class and since Ua taught me many things during my time as a student I am honored to now be the one to help teach new things to the new generation. I will do everything in my power to, Ingenium said while making strange movements with his hands. You talk a lot, Tenya, Mei said interrupting him. I was trying to give an inspiring speech, Ingenium said. Can we continue? Shinso asked. Yes, of course, Ingenium said. I apologize for delaying class. Anyway, we are also joined today by Miss Mei Iida. Some of you may already recognize her as the teacher in charge of the Department of Support. Shinso said. She accompanies us today since she was the main head at the time of creating this building. This is my second best baby so far, Mei said. Although nothing can surpass baby number 1, right Tenya? No comments, Ingenium said. Anyway, the ATC is a building with the ability to adapt its interior. Right now it seems like a simple empty space but all the magic is underground. This complex has several floors down in which there are multiple completely adaptable scenarios. Kota explained. We can create obstacle courses, a fire scenario, floods and many more things in a single building which can be adapted mid-training. That is why here all of you will know your weaknesses in your abilities and quirks. You will know what the best scenarios are for you and how to adapt to the worst ones for you, Shinso said. We will be supervising your training as well as taking notes of your performance, Eri said. We will also make sure that everything happens correctly and no one gets hurt, Ingenium said. Since no one has been trained yet as this is the first time this building is being tested, Mei will be in charge of supervising everything in the control room. Now, we will divide the group into 4 teams of 5. Each team will be supervised by one of us, either me, Time Nurse, Brainstorm or Ingenium, Kota said. This way we will be more efficient when working. Now please take a number inside this box. That will determine which group you will be in, Shinso said as he picks up a box with several balls inside. Control room. While the teams are selected, in the control room the air seems to break making the sound of breaking glass. Soon the space breaks like glass and inside this fissure everything shines dark blue. From the fissure emerges a guy with pale blue hair and pale skin. He wears a white shirt, black pants and blue shoes. His facial features cannot be seen since he is wearing a white mask with the red number 62 on his forehead. Are you ready, 62? Number 01 said, poking his head out of the crack. Of course, get ready, I'll take care of security, number 62 said. Perfect. Number 01 said as he re-enters the crack and it closes. Let the party begin. Number 62 said while touching one of the screens in the room with his hand. It begins to be hacked. Question mark. AKA number 62. Quirk. Hacking touch. 62's quirk allows him to access and hack any database by simply touching any device that is connected to it. He can go from just hacking a simple phone to hacking a complete security system. However, this quirk doesn't give him the ability to hack automatically. He has to have the necessary knowledge to do so. I'm in, It's time to take this site offline without looking suspicious, number 62 said. I hope you don't ruin it, 01. Comma. The groups finish forming and Akiko is in Shinso's group. Isamu Tokiyami, Kyoko Seiki, Yuna Tamura and Hideki Asagiri are also part of the group. In Eri's group are Reiko Midoriya, Hana Todoroki, Kumiko Kirishima, Kenji Kaminari, and Mai Noguchi. In Kota's group are Yasuo Ueda, Kenzo Kirishima, Ren Tetsu, Dai Okubo, and Takeshi Shimizu. Finally, in Ingenium's group are Meiko Tagata, Akira Mikami, Io Okami, Shota Hamada, and Musashi Kabuto. Now that all the groups are divided, Time Nurse, your group stays here, we will go down to the other floors, Kota said. Okay. Eri said, very well, Ingenium you will go to the, Kota said but then he noticed Mei leaving. Are you going to the control room, Mei? No. Seeing as you already have someone there. I'm going to see my class, Mei said. I think you're confused, we haven't trained anyone yet to operate the control room, Kota said. So the masked guy in the control room, who is he? Mei asked. What did you said? Kota asked. Yes, there is someone in the control room, Mei said. What? Brainstorm, Time Nurse, Ingenium, stay sharp, Kota said. Can you show me the security cameras? Sure. Mei said and then pressed a button on her bracelet which displayed a holographic screen showing the security cameras, quickly focusing on the one in the control room. See, there's the masked guy. The camera shows number 62 with his hand on one of the screens. What is he doing? Kota said. At that, number 62 looks at the camera and then snaps his fingers and all the cameras turn off. He turned off all the cameras. What's going on? Ingenium asked. There's, Kota said, but the sound of breaking glass distracts him. Everyone looks towards the center of the building and observes how a large fissure appears and several masked people emerge from it. Only unlike number 01 and number 62, none of them have numbers on their masks. What is happening? Yuna asked. Villains, Shinso said. Ingenium, water hose. Without wasting time, Ingenium, Shinso and Kota stand in front of everyone, watching the villains emerge from the fissure. Time Nurse, take care of the students, Kota said. I won't let anything happen to them, Eri said. Mei, try to find out what's going on, Ingenium said. Right, Mei said while trying to access the place's controls from her laptop, which she was carrying on her back. As the villains finish leaving, number 01 comes out of the fissure. Greetings, as you can see we have taken over the installation, so please, give up, number 01 said. Ending 1. My Hero Next Generation's ending. Song. My Hero Academia Ending 1 Heroes. Sanai Boku to Boku o Kakomu Sakai de Igatamo Sukadimo Mata Tukut. A sheet of paper is found on a desk. Said sheet is Akiko's career survey document. It is noted that the words that were written before are now erased. Now there is only one word on that sheet, hero. Whoa. Several shots of Deku are seen which belong to videos that Akiko usually watches on her computer. Nando Chikajudamo Tuzakatiku Yumi de Okita. Akiko is now seen in her Bespin school uniform running across a beach. It is daytime, and the sky is brightly shining. Yoke no Kehai de Michita Maki wa Koa o Hisamidiru. Akiko continues with her run, however little by little the sky begins to darken. It is already getting dark. Yurtiru Boku wa Sanza Ido. Now a 4-year-old Akiko is seen watching a video on the computer. It's a Deku video. Little Akiko smiles widely when she sees the video. Kurayami de Sagashiteru. The same 4-year-old Akiko is now in her room, a yellow blanket around her neck simulating Deku's cape. Akiko makes different heroic poses while laughing happily. Sanai Boku to Boku o Kakomu Sakai de Igatamo Sukandamo Mata Tukut. We return to Akiko from the present who continues to run, but now night has fallen, the moon and stars illuminate the dark sky. Nani o Sudariba Soko ni Todoratsukuru. Out of nowhere Akiko stumbles and falls to the ground, however she doesn't let that stop her and with a determined face she gets up and continues running. Nandamo Sekendamaitaimo Boku wa Boku de Shika Naikara. Akiko continues to run, but in the sky a total of 9 shooting stars pass by as she runs. Yumi de Aru to Genjutsu Darutu. Akiko seems to want to stop to heal her injured knees from her fall, but she doesn't give up and continues running. Kido Koeyukuru. One last shooting star streaks across the sky. Korandit E. 4-year-old Akiko is seen with a very sad expression. Night at E. Now present Akiko is seen. However, she continues with the expression of sadness. Itsuka Sono Subite ga Hana ni Naru Kara. Akiko, after finally finishing running, is looking at the full moon, extends her hand towards the sky and proceeds to make a fist pretending to grab the moon. Surviving the attack. Ingenium is also here. It doesn't matter, it won't change anything. Number 01 said while looking at the heroes who are here. Brainstorm will be a problem. Time Nurse is manageable and Water Hose could be a pain in the ass. Meanwhile with the heroes and students. Villains. Kabuto said, fear sounding in his voice. The USJ is repeated. Ingenium said. Get ready everyone. Kota said. Ingenium, brainstorm with me. Time Nurse, take care of the students. Understood. Eri said as she stays with her group. Everyone, gather. Time Nurse. Ingenium said. I'm sorry, but that won't work. Number 01 said. Do it. Number 01 gave the order in his earpiece and suddenly the ground where the students were, except those who were with Eri, divided into several platforms and went down. May, what happened? Shinso asked. Someone is controlling the entire building, probably the guy in the control room, May said. Can you do something? Eri asked. He logged me out of the system. I have to try to get back in. May said. Do it quick, Shinso said. We will take care of these guys and rescue the students. Let's go, Kota said as he shoots a jet of pressurized water at two villains, sending them flying. Shinso uses his bends to catch a couple of villains and then throw them to the ground and finally kick a third. For his part, Ingenium runs quickly and kicks several villains consecutively and then reunites with Shinso and Kota. Alright. Let's continue with this, Kota said. Right, My Hero Next Generation's opening. Song. My Hero Academia opening won the day. Several angles of the hero Deku pass to finally see his full figure from behind. Shizukesa ga Jimikomu Yoda ki o Tometa Gozen Goji. Akiko in a school uniform appears on her knees while looking up in surprise, slowly getting up. Hayo wo kaden de sumo kamu asu wa dakita. The day has come. Akiko extends her arm forward, trying to grab something, at the same time Deku looks back while smiling. Then several people appear in a row one after another, 19 to be more precise. Keshite akanai yuru mo furutsuzukat yamanai aim mo kono rokudamo nai sakai ni wa arunda yo. In the middle of a crowd, Akiko Nagata is looking up at the sky with a serious but somewhat melancholy look. After a while Akiko continues on her way. She was watching Deku capturing a villain. Tsukoshi mo henda wa nai no Midoromi ni ashi o tereradaru. Akiko is walking in the corridor of a school, ignoring the looks that the rest of the students are giving her. Anata o semet iru wake yanai nda yo. The girl continues on her way but stops short when she sees someone. In the reflection of her eyes you can make out a girl with green hair. Hatori kuso ni asobu sokoda. Now the girl is looking at the night sky, reaching out her hand pretending to grab the moon. Omoigata Koto made Hajiru no Kai. Suddenly the place changes and 9 silhouettes appear in front of her. The girl is surprised, but then her expression changes to a serious one before she jumps forward. For a few seconds a mysterious woman is observed removing her mask. Her facial features are not distinguishable. Karamio Makyu Sordemo Yuku to Iu no. Deku's fist closes and then he proceeds to punch, releasing a large amount of air which sends several villains flying, but from among them a monster appears which begins to fight Deku, both exchanging a lot of blows. Chisaki to Bibido ga Kanadaru Hajimari no Kane no Ne. A professional hero with purple hair and a black suit is seen fighting various villains, using bandages to trap them. Then Akiko, with the UA uniform, appears leaping forward. Yuku 8 mo don't know. A green-haired girl appears and expels fire from her mouth. Then a boy surrounded by a blue aura appears and kicks twice in the air. Honto wa kawain yanai no. Then a boy with dark green hair gives directions and 3 shadow beings emerge from his back. Then a girl, with black hair tied in a ponytail, attacks with a metal rod that seems to have come out of nowhere. Fumidasu sono ippo ippo ga kate yukaru saw the day has come. Then a boy with pink skin and hair appears and attacks with his arm which appears to be hardened. Then a red-haired boy with a very serious look moves his hands and then several concrete pillars emerge from the ground. Finally Akiko punches but her fist is interspersed with Deku several times. Finally, several people, in groups of 2, appear posing and then a total of 20 people, including Akiko, are seen standing in front of the UA Academy. My hero next generation, Akiko gets up from the ground, still confused by everything that just happened. Villains have just invaded us. And now they separated us. Akiko looks around realizing that this is an area similar to a dirt racetrack. This must be one of the training areas. I found one of the villains said trying to attack Akiko. Akiko quickly gets into a fighting pose, crouches to avoid the villain from grabbing her and then kicks him directly in the jaw, breaking the villain's mask and knocking him down. At that, Akiko notices how more villains emerge from a crack in space, which was created by number 01. More villains, how many people does this group have? She thought. I need to find the others. Several villains tried to attack Akiko but are suddenly trapped by sand. Nagata-san, Hideki said, being the one who trapped the villains with the sand from his container. Are you okay? Yes, thanks for the help, Asagiri-kun. Akiko said. Is there anyone else here with us? From what I could see, we from the Shinso Sense group are in this specific scenario. Hideki said. The rest were sent to others, except those who formed Time Nurse Sensei's team. They are still with our teachers and Ingenium. That means we're all still in the same building, they just separated us, Akiko said. Correct. Hideki said. Have you finished talking? One of the villains said as he manages to free himself from the sand. Because it's time to fight, several villains also manage to free themselves from the sand. Akiko and Hideki prepare to fight but one of the villains is hit by Ninjin, one of Isamu's shadows. They're here and need help, Isamu said as he is followed by Kyoko and Yuna. Kyoko creates several crystals on the ground which knock down some villains while Yuna hits others with a staff of solid light. Guys, Akiko said as she dodges a villain's blow and then lands a side kick to his head. Right about time, Hideki said as he uses his sand to throw 2 villains into the air. What's going on? Kyoko asked. I don't know. Villains just invaded the ATC, Hideki said. They separated us from the rest, apparently they are trying to isolate us from the heroes and eliminate us while we are defenseless. It was wrong for you to think that by separating ourselves from our teachers we would be defenseless, Isamu said as Ninjin takes down another villain. We have to hold on while our teachers solve the things out, Yuna said as she creates a light shield to protect herself and Kyoko. Let's not separate and we will be fine, Akiko said. I hope it's not going too bad for the others. On a different floor, which has a swamp setting, there is another group of students fighting the villains who come out of another crack. Where do all these guys come from? Shota said while knocking down a couple of villains with his energy waves. I don't know, but they definitely don't know how to work as a team, Io said as she and her wolf partner managed to defeat a villain. Although I don't like this scenario at all, Io thought, since thanks to her wolf-like fighting style, she has been stained with mud and swamp water. Do any of you know where the others are? Kabuto asked. They must be in another scenario of the building, Akira said while defending himself with a bone sword. This is so troublesome. At that, Mako emerges from the ground and, firing several waves of energy while floating in the air, knocks down the villains. I will protect my classmates, he said. You okay? Yes, but it seems that this was the first wave, Shota said as he points as more villains come out of the crack. How troublesome, Akira said. This is bad, Kabuto muttered. All, be alert, Mako said. We always are, Io said. In another scenario set on an island surrounded by water, Mai finds herself in the water while struggling against a villain, her slime body being quite weak to water. At that the villain is hit in the face by Takeshi, who then swims at high speed and hits two other villains, then takes Mai and propels himself out of the water and lands on the sand. "Don't worry, you're safe now," Takeshi said. "Thanks," Mai said. At that moment, Dai and Kenzo are pushed by two concrete pillars out of the water, both falling to the sand. Yasuo also emerges from the water as he rises atop a third concrete pillar. "Thanks Ueda-kun, but couldn't it be less rough?" Kenzo said. "You're out of the water. That's all that matters," Yasuo said as he calmly arrives at the island. "These villains don't come out of the water," Kenzo said. "They must have quirks that work in water," Mai said. "I'm sorry, but I won't be able to be of much help while they're in the water." "Then stay here. I won't let the villains get out of the water. I will block everyone who tries to get out of the water with my concrete," Yasuo said. "It won't be necessary. I won't let them get out of the water," Takeshi said as he runs towards the water. "I am the best when it comes to underwater action. You take care of everyone who tries to get out of the water." "Do what you want," Yasuo said as Takeshi jumps into the water. "Very well. Takeshi will take care of those in the water. We can help him from out here," Kenzo said. "Let's defeat these villains," Dai said. Back on the main floor, the heroes confront the villains. "They don't stop coming," Kota said. "Although these people have many resources, this is exaggerated. There are too many people," Shinso said. At that moment a muscular villain tries to attack him. "Is that all you got?" The villain said and then went into a trance. "I got you," Shinso said. Hitoshi Shinso aka Brainstorm. Quirk. Brainwashing. Hitoshi's quirk allows him to put someone in a state where they are forced to obey whatever he commands. He can only activate this power when his target verbally responds to something he says. Brainwashing must be intentionally activated and will not take effect if Hitoshi doesn't want it to. "Now do me a favor and help us fight your companions," Shinso said. Suddenly the villain attacks the other villains. "What the? Why are you attacking us? Idiots." "That's Brainstorm. If you answer his questions he'll control you." "Do you take me for a fool?" one of the villains said. "I'm just warning you," the villain said and then went into a trance. "Too easy," Shinso said as he takes off his artificial vocal cords. The device he brings allows him to change his voice. "We won't know when one of us is speaking or him." "Exactly. Now you tell me, why are you attacking?" "We don't know. We just follow orders from number 01, the brainwashed villain said. "I assume he's the villain who created the portals, if the number on his mask is any indication," Shinso said. "How come there are so many soldiers?" "We are created soldiers, clones of the same person, just with different physiques and sizes," the villain said. Shinso is surprised and looks at all the villains except the leaders. They are all the same, some taller, others more muscular, but they have the same appearance features, mainly their white hair. "Clones of who are you?" Shinso asked. "We don't know. We only exist to follow orders," the villain said. "Wow, at least I have information about you. Now help me defeat your colleagues." Without further ado, the villain begins to fight with the other villains. "Did you all heard that?" Shinso said through the comm. "Yes, that explains a lot of things," Kota said. "Apparently there is someone behind this attack with a cloning quirk or has the necessary resources to clone a person at large quantities," Ingenuim said. "For that we will need to catch those in charge, the guy with the portals and the person in the control room," Shinso said. Elsewhere several villains approach Aries' group. "Give up girl and we will have mercy on you," one of the villains said. "Sorry, but I don't think so," Aries said. "As you wish," one of the villains said to cover his body with a layer of rock and attack Aries. "You're just a nurse, I highly doubt you can beat us." "It's true, I'm a nurse," Aries said as she dodges the villain's attack by crouching and then touches his chest. "But I'm also a hero." Aries' horn glows and the villain returns to the point before activating his quirk, much to his confusion. "Wah!" The villain did not finish speaking since Aries knocked him out with a kick to the jaw. "Time Nurse is cool," Kumiko said. "What happened?" "It's Time Nurse. If she touches you, she could revert you to a previous state. Then we just have to attack her from afar," another villain said while pointing his fingers at Eri. Yes, you could do that, but, from one of her bags Eri takes out a bandage identical to Shinso's. I have taken measures for that. Eri uses the bandages to catch the villain's arm and pull him towards her and then knock him out with a kick to the face. Dad taught me some tricks, Eri said as the bandages surround her waist. Several villains attack Eri at the same time. The girl begins to dispatch them one by one, but suddenly one grabs her right wrist. If you don't touch us with your palms, you won't reverse us, right? The villain said. **T. Eri tries to attack the villain with a kick but another grabs her leg and then two more grab her free leg and wrist. Now you are helpless. The villain is about to attack her but a burst of fire sends him flying. You are not alone, Sensei, Reiko said. She was the one who attacked. At that, the villains holding Eri's legs are knocked down by Kumiko and Ren with a punch, hardened in the case of Kumiko and metallic in the case of Ren. We will help you, Kumiko said. Hell yeah, Ren said. The last two villains are knocked down by Hana using a metal rod and Kenji who attacks the villain with a sound wave. Thanks, Eri said. Mei. How much more time do you need? Almost ready, Mei said. Done. Okay. Get the villains out of here, Eri said. I can't do that just yet, Mei said. What? Why not? Eri asked. Watch out, more villains, Hana said. Eri-sensei, you go talk to Mei-san, we will contain the villains, Reiko said. I can't do that, Eri said. Don't worry about us, we are strong, Ren said as he and Kumiko beat up a couple of villains. We are UA students, we can do this, Hana said as she creates flashbang grenades and throws them at the villains. Once the villains are temporarily blinded, Reiko and Kenji attack them with a combination of fire and sound waves. As you can see, Sensei, we will be fine, Hana said. All right, Eri said as she approaches Mei. What's going on? I still can't regain control, but I found a way to circumvent the system and send an emergency message, Mei said. But you can only send one to one person. If we try to send more they can discover us, and if we try to send a message to several people at the same time the same thing will happen. So we have to think carefully about who we will send a message to, Eri said, and I already know who to send it to. Perfect, the laptop is all yours, Mei said. Taking everything into account, he is the best option, Eri said. Meanwhile, elsewhere the hero Deku has just finished patrolling and is ready to return home. He just needs to go to his agency and change out of his suit into his casual clothes. Pretty calm day. I wonder how Reiko and Akiko are doing. Just then his phone rings, the arrival of a message. Deku takes the phone and smiles when he sees who it is. A message from Eri. However, upon seeing the message, his look changes to a serious one. The message has Eri's location and the text. Villain attack, need help. Without thinking, Deku puts away his phone and jumps in the direction of Ua. The USJ is repeating, he thought. Back at ATC, number 01 observes the battle. Everything is going according to plan, he thought, and then ducked to avoid Ingenium's kick. Ingenium, it's great to see you here. What do you think you're doing? Ingenium said. Attacking Ua, isn't it obvious what I'm doing? Number 01 said. Your attack ends here. Ingenium attacks 01 with a kick and knocks him down. Ingenium immobilizes 01 on the ground. It was to be expected from someone who shares a generation with Deku. Number 01 said. You're great, Ingenium. I don't need you to flatter me, villain. You will go to the jail, Ingenium said. How funny, but I don't think so. At that point, a giant fist comes out from the portal that is still open and hits Ingenium to free 01, since the main show is just going to start. In the fissure portal behind 01 comes what can be described as an abomination. A human body more than 2 meters high, completely deformed and disproportionate. Said human has white hair, 3 eyes, 2 small on the right and 1 large on the left. His chest is muscular, too much, contrasting with his skinny legs. The monster has 4 arms, 4 small ones of human size and 2 large common ones which he uses to stand up to walk. It also has 4 legs, but 2 of them are underdeveloped and hang from the monster's hips. Ingenium, meet my chimera. Number 01 said. Now, Chimera attacks the heroes. The Chimera lets out a roar, which sounds like agony, and attacks Ingenium. Ingenium jumps and dodges the blow, but it creates a crater which, with the wind generated by the blow, sends Ingenium flying, removing his helmet in the process. That thing is fast and strong. It reminds me of the Nomu, Ingenium thought. Ingenium, Shinso said as he traps the Chimera's large arms with his bandages. What is this thing? The Chimera, with its enormous strength, resists Shinso and, using the same bandages on its hands, smashes Shinso against the ground next to Ingenium. Brainstorm, Ingenium said. The Chimera charges at them but is stopped by 2 jets of pressurized water. Yuck, what the is this thing? Kota said. I don't know. The leader called it a Chimera, Ingenium said. Seeing how it looks, that name makes sense, Shinso said, getting up from the ground. It doesn't seem to have a mind as such, so I won't be able to control it. Then we'll have to fight, Ingenium said while starting its engines. Let's go. Shinso and Kota quickly jump into action. Shinso traps one of the Chimera's arms with his bandages while Kota creates 2 water whips and does the same with the other arm. We have it. But I don't know how long we can keep it up, Shinso said. Then I'll end this quickly. Ingenium activates its engines and charges against the Chimera at full speed. Recipro Turbo. Ingenium hits the Chimera's face with a strong kick and it falls to the ground, apparently defeated. At that the 3 heroes hear applause and look at O1 applauding. Amazing. What a great display of teamwork, he said. You are definitely incredible heroes. Do you think this is funny? Kota said. No. Only this isn't over yet. Number 01 said. Chimera. Get up and stop playing. Finish these heroes. Suddenly, the Chimera rises at high speed and grabs Shinso's bandages to throw him at Kota and knock them both down, then charges at Ingenium. Ingenium jumps back to avoid the Chimera's attack, but suddenly a bone grows from the Chimera's mouth which makes a slight cut on Ingenium's cheek. Spear-like bones, Ingenium thought. The Chimera quickly expels several bones from its body in the direction of Ingenium. Luckily Kota cuts them with a pressurized water jet. So that thing can use a quirk, Kota said. Yes, but I feel like I've seen it before, Ingenium said. At that, the Chimera charges at the 2 but Shinso grabs it by the neck with his bandages. We'll talk about that later, he said. Now help me. Right, Kota said as he created 2 water whips and with them held the large hands of the Chimera. Ingenium now is your. Before Kota could finish speaking, the Chimera expels bones from all over its body, effectively freeing itself. Kota and Shinso jump back to avoid the bones, but they spread at high speed. Unfortunately the bones reach them. Kota gets a few stuck in his right arm and Shinso in his left leg. Taking advantage of the fact that Shinso's leg was injured, the Chimera attacks him. Luckily Ingenium arrives in time to take Shinso and take him out of danger. That was close, Shinso said as Kota joins them. This thing is strong, Kota said. It reminds me a lot of the first Nomu, those who lacked intelligence, Ingenium said. At that, the 3 notice that one of the 2 large arms of the Chimera begins to swell while the Chimera points said arm at them. Watch out, Ingenium said, but it was too late. The 3 are knocked down by a gust of wind. What was that? Kota asked. Did he do that with just the pressure of the air and his strength? Shinso asked. No, I saw his arm swell. That was definitely another quirk, Ingenium said. It has 2 quirks, Shinso said. It's been a while since I've seen something like this. The Chimera roars and charges at the most injured of the 3. Shinso, Ingenium and Kota try to help but they are also tired. However, before the Chimera hits Shinso, something breaks the ceiling and falls right in front of the Chimera, stopping the blow. You really are a strong one, aren't you? When the dust clears, Deku can be seen holding the Chimera's fist as if it were nothing. But this is all over now. Everyone will be fine now. Because I'm here, My Hero Next Generation's ending. Song. My Hero Academia ending 1 Heroes. Sanai boku to boku o kakomu sakai de igatamo sukadimo mata tukut. A sheet of paper is found on a desk. Said sheet is Akiko's career survey document. It is noted that the words that were written before are now erased. Now there is only one word on that sheet. Hero. Whoa. Several shots of Deku are seen which belong to videos that Akiko usually watches on her computer. Nando Chikajudamo Tuzakatiku Yumi de Okita. Akiko is now seen in her Bespin school uniform running across a beach. It is daytime, and the sky is brightly shining. Yoke no Kahai de Michita Maki wa Koa o Hisamidiru. Akiko continues with her run, however little by little the sky begins to darken. It is already getting dark. Yurtiru Boku wa Sanza Ido. Now a 4-year-old Akiko is seen watching a video on the computer. It's a Deku video. Little Akiko smiles widely when she sees the video. Kurayami de Sagashiteru. The same 4-year-old Akiko is now in her room, a yellow blanket around her neck simulating Deku's cape. Akiko makes different heroic poses while laughing happily. Sanai Boku to Boku o Kakomu Sakai de Igatamo Sukandamo Mata Tukut. We return to Akiko from the present, who continues to run, but now night has fallen, the moon and stars illuminate the dark sky. Nani o Sudariba Soko ni Tadoritsukuru. Out of nowhere Akiko stumbles and falls to the ground, however she doesn't let that stop her, and with a determined face she gets up and continues running. Nandamo Sekendamaitaimo Boku wa Boku de Shika Nai Kara. Akiko continues to run, but in the sky a total of 9 shooting stars pass by as she runs. Yumi de Aru to Genjutsu Darutu. Akiko seems to want to stop to heal her injured knees from her fall, but she doesn't give up and continues running. Kido Koeyukuru. 1 last shooting star streaks across the sky. Korandit E. 4-year-old Akiko is seen with a very sad expression. Naitat E. Now present Akiko is seen. However, she continues with the expression of sadness. Itsuka Sono Subit ga Hana ni Naru Kara. Akiko, after finally finishing running, is looking at the full moon, extends her hand towards the sky and proceeds to make a fist pretending to grab the moon. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.